Alright, hello. How's everybody going? How's it going there, Zachy? How's it going there, Daniel? Daniel, can you do me a quick favor and just type something in chat? I'm getting it on YouTube, but I'm not getting it on Restream. So if you just type something in chat for me, Daniel, see, make sure you're popping up both places. Alrighty here. So let's go ahead and so I made a little vehicle here. I know Magazorb was interested in this, so there's a little hybrid car that will fit in the helicopter. So I made another quick little car. Did it off screen. It's pretty simple. Just kind of show you what it does. Because of its size and it's tiny, I can't really do a transmission. The transmission, I could fit a transmission in here, but the issue is I can't fit a transmission and the microcontroller for the transmission in here. So this has a 2-cylinder generator. So it is hybrid. So 2-cylinder diesel generator, and it has one small battery right here. And this is pretty much what, well, it has another couple of microcontrollers, but this is the main microcontroller for the engines, and then it is electric drive. So we'll go take it for a quick spin. But it's pretty simple. It fits in the helicopter. Will fit in pretty much all the other little builds. How's it going there, Trippa? And so it's just diesel. So when you're using electric motors, if you notice, we're using a lot of voltage when we first start out. We're up to we're negative 46, and now as we speed up and we get to the point, it's easier for the motor to keep us going than it is to start us moving. Makes sense, right? Object in motion wants to stay in motion. Object at rest wants to stay at rest. As you watch the voltmeter, you'll notice now we go into positive territory. So it is now, we're going 94 miles an hour, and a little slippery right there. 94 miles an hour, and we are recharging our battery. The generator is only running at 4.7 RPS. I don't have space for cooling, so I needed to make sure the motor was going to run at a low enough RPS that it shouldn't need cooling. It will also it will automatically prevent itself from overheating. But this will recharge itself as we're going here. As you can see, we are recharging. And so we're down about 19% battery. We're going 94 miles an hour. Engine is at 4.8, and we're recharging our batteries. So this car should be really good. It's super duper efficient. It's fast. And so this allows me to just get rid of the transmission with this because I just don't have the space, something this tiny, to have a transmission. But if you look at the temperature, you see we're barely climbing on temp. And if we do hit 100, I think it was 110 degrees, it will automatically stutter the engine so that it can't overheat. So that's kind of the overheat protection system on there. It's pretty simple. And so this car should be really good for just efficiency. We can put it in that helicopter. So that's kind of its whole job, is being tiny and efficient. And it can go in that helicopter. So that was the point of this car. So go bring it back. But that should have no problem going long distance. It has one small tank. How's it going there, TIJS? How are you? So let's we'll stick it in the helicopter real quick here. But yeah, this is really pretty good for a hybrid. It works really well. Kind of surprised I haven't done more hybrids in the past, but I think for my super tiny cars, that's probably what I'll go to, just because it's you can get it to be really efficient, and you don't have to worry about cooling for the most part. And you don't have to worry about, let's turn on for electricity. You don't have to really worry about cooling, and you don't need a transmission microcontroller, which takes up a ton of space. And we don't really need a transmission, so. But there it is inside. Let's jump in the seat here. I have the infinite electricity on. Let's see if we can get in the seat. Now we'll just push this back just a hair. I've got the brake on now, which is not helpful. But as you can see, that will fit in the helicopter. That was kind of its whole job, is to fit in the helicopter. And then this will fit in everything else that I have that's this size. So that's a 5-wide car. So nice and compact. Let the engine spool up on this. So we got the update yesterday, put out the update video on that. Very nice to show my video for that. So I was going to continue with like going through question by question, but the problem is I don't have the stream kind of slowed. The stream kind of got screwed up on Steam for a couple questions there. And so one of them, the next question, is screwed up. So I was hoping to get a copy of it, but I don't know if the devs are going to put out a copy or not. So, but as you can see, this car works well in here in the helicopter, no problem. So it'd be kind of nice. I should be able to run a little trailer with this car too, so we can move a little bit of fuel. But nice to have a tiny little hybrid car that works well and that will fit in pretty much any vehicle, any of these size vehicles, you know. 6 is reversed now. And there we go, so. So, pretty simple little car. Super duper efficient. Alright, let's bring all this crap back. Got a couple things I want to work on here. Busy yesterday and could not stream. So let's fix a couple things that I know I need to do here. Let's go grab the helicopter first. This wheel here needs to be inverted. So if you flip them upside down like that, then the steering will be inverted, so. Alright, good. So that's fixed. And then what do I want to do in the car? There was something I just remembered I want to do in the car, and I can't remember now. It'll come back to me. There was something I want to do in the car, but I can't remember. At some point I'll put in lighting, but for the most part, car works really well. Oh, this is what I want to do. I want to index this gauge. All right, nice. So that is all set. Let's see what we want to work on here. Let's grab Tethys. I'm trying to make continued progress on that. I want to get that to the point where it's, you know, where at least every day I get a little bit done on that, because it's probably the biggest undertaking. So it's kind of nice to make a little bit of forward progress on this. So probably let's do the bilges. I want to get all that system set up. So what I think I'm going to do is punch bilge systems into the ballast tank. So there's ballast tanks here, here, and then 2 in the bow. And they're already plumbed up to automatically operate and keep us where we need to be. So what I think I'm going to do is put in bilge pumps, and they will, what they'll do is they'll pump into the ballast tanks, and then the ballast tanks will take care of themselves. So I think that's what I'm going to end up doing here. I think we'll do this. And we'll just go like this, and we'll build, just put a couple pumps in here, and they're going to pump directly into these tanks. I'm trying to think if I want a big pump or not. Probably not. Probably don't need it. The fluid ports are the limiting factor right now, so I don't think we're going to even bother. Let's move that down. Let's go like this. Put a liquid relief valve on there. All right, so this is going to pump the water, if water gets an engineering, into this ballast tank here. And then I'm probably going to want to do, let's see, I might, do I group these up? Probably not. I'm trying to think. What do I want to do? Could put one-ways on there. I don't know if they'll run down into the ballast tanks. One thing I was thinking of doing is by gravity feed, but it's probably not wise to do gravity feed, so. All right, so that is, we'll take care of the hangar. And then we'll do this room here. One of these is going to be the weight room, so I got to make sure we're not in the weight room. We are in the weight room, so let's fix that. Let's try to go up here and see what that looks like. Oh, that can't go there. We inside here, perfect. All right, that'll work. It's not ideal. Let's go back a little bit. Okay. All right, good. So that is now there, and then I just need something for this room here. Let's see where we can get to right about there. Perfect. All right, good. I might do gravity for the rest of it, where they just drain down to the lower levels, and then and then these systems will automatically turn on if it drains down to the lower level and pump out. So nice. All right, good. So let's set up a little micro for this. Just put in liquid meters here to read if there's water in the room. really matter where they are. Alright, good. So that should take care of the liquid meters. Let's make a quick micro for all these. Alright, so what do you have? We have engineering, garage, intermediary room in there. So we have 4. Let's not do it. Let's not be so hasty here. Let's go. Let's go. Meter, engineering, pumps, engineering, meter, garage, pumps, garage. Meter, drone room. One thing I was thinking of adding to the drone room is maybe putting in a, what do you call it? Oh my god, I can't remember. Airlock. Let's see, oh, my brain just took a big fart. Alright, good. So let's go just hook this up. Alright, engineering, garage, drone, and front garage. So pretty simple. If these are greater than 0, they will turn on. Alright, good. So let's plumb these all in. So which one's this? Front garage. Right, pumps engine. And this one will go to, which way is this facing here? I can't tell. Right here. So liquid level. Meters garage. Pumps garage. Did I grab the wrong ones? I did. First room, I grabbed the wrong ones. I gotta fix those. Get back here more. They're right there. Okay. This one's gonna be the drone room. This will be the front garage. Where the hell did that go? Right here. Okay. All right, nice. So this should pump right into the Those will pump directly into the ballast tanks, and then they will go from there. Right here, I guess. All right, good. So that's plumbed in. Let's do the electricity on them. All right, and then we want to do these off of... let's see. Do we want these hot bus? Probably not. If we get any water in there, they're going to run the whole time. So let's go off of the... We'll do it off the cold bus. Right there. All right, so build system is now done. Nice, very nice, very nice. How's it going there, Zizo? How are you? Yeah, so I think that's the good way to do it here. That should get us set up here. Just quickly checking some stuff. All right, good. All right, so that's bilge is in. Let's actually do a quick walkthrough. I'm curious, like, we keep seeing this water effect inside, so I want to go take a look at that. See if we actually have any water in there at the start. All right, nope, no water in there. Trying to think what pump's on right now. So we have no water in here. Okay, good. So that's auto bilge is in. That will pump the water from these rooms into the ballast tanks, and then from the ballast tanks out. So those are all in. Let's check that. Nice. Yep, so these are all set up. See, like, this has that water effect. It's kind of weird. Just a visual thing, though, I guess. Trying to think what I want to do in this room. That room is kind of annoying. Figure out what I want to do in there. What else do we need? Trying to think. Getting pretty good on what we need here. I'm going to go up in the bridge. We'll see what the bridge needs, if the bridge needs anything. Fuel, more lighting, fire nozzles. All right, let me put this. I'm going to bring up the list for Tethy so I can kind of methodically go through this so I don't screw it up. All right, bridge. Let's see. Just get rid of a bunch of stuff here. Do fire nozzle control, fuel panel, fire nozzle control, fuel panel, light spotlights. All right, build systems in. Nice. Cross something off. All right, gripper brake when stowed on the crane. Let's do that real quick. Let's see. So right here we have gripper brakes right here. So it's 0. We'll do an OR. So if this is set to 0, OR, and then we'll see. Do I put a Boolean in there? No. Okay, so if we're not on there, it'll automatically do the brakes. So that hopefully will keep that in there. All right, that's in there. Let's see what else we need to do. So that can be checked off. Where's that? Gripper brakes when stowed right there. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what the camera panels are doing here. Let's grab 2 of these. So these are just camera panels for the cameras, and they'll control the fire nozzles. So infrared is going to be the pump. No, do infrared on there too. I mean, up, down, left, right. And then, okay, that will be power. Okay, we'll do that. Zoom. Zoom's going to be power of this. Let's look where we're at here. Electric motor right here. Infrared. I think if we want to do this in the zoom or not. You may be awfully congested. Up, down, left, right. Zoom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for infrared. Yeah, trying to decide how I want to do this for the fire nozzle. How can you make planes glide? You have to use glitches. They do glide a little bit. They don't glide much. I don't know why you'd want them to glide that much. You can do negative fins. Will give you some artificial glitched lift. Let's look at this. Let's redo these panels. Or redo the. Let's go ahead and bring a pony. I'll do fresh. I'll do fresh for this. Let me we'll get on the web page first. We'll do a fresh system for this. All right, so let's go to monitor. 1 by 1, enable touchscreen. Okay. Go to the UI builder. I think we want sliders. All right, let's just do for now button rectangle. think I'll need the thing in there. Again, I wish I could really actually copy this and not have it be friggin' not actually copy it. Come on, drag it. Where I want it. There we go. All right, so I just need up, down, left, right for the camera, for the fire hoses, really. Up, down, left, right. Doesn't matter, that doesn't matter. That I need to change. So up, down, left, right. I think we need a zoom or not on the camera. Probably not. I'll put a set zoom on the camera. And then we want a couple more buttons. Four, five, six, six, six. Okay. All right. Can't tell if these are off center or not. I think they're all right. All right, let's go ahead and we'll generate that code. How's it going, CG? No. Dude, read the rules. It says no glitches. Right in the rules. Says right there, where is it? No glitches in bold letters. It's Pony IDE. It's you can use it to make Lua stuff. Where is the right here, Lua? Okay. All right. So that is going in. Okay, so we have 1 and 3 are going to be. I'm going to just rewrite all this. All right, 1 and 3. Pitch. Yaw. Oh, come on. Stop placing weird blocks and shit, you scum. Okay, so let's get in here. So we want to do this for pitch. Okay. And then we want to do, let's see, 1. So that would be 1 and 3, 2 and 4. 2 and 4. This would be yaw. Okay, and then we have 5 is going to be infrared, and then 6 is going to be pump. All right, that will fix that up. All right, let's hook this in. So that's cam out. I don't need cam in, cam out. I can fix that. Good. That can get fixed. Cam in, cam out. What do I have? Cam in, cam out. No, no, that's right. It's got to go to the monitor. Okay. Camera in, camera out. That's fine. That works. That works. All right. Let's update that. All right. Let's put in the fire nozzle control screens. Okay. Now we need to do power on here. Alright, that would be yaw. Pitch. On the wrong panel. Pitch is right here. This will be pitch on here. What the hell's pitch doing there? Why do I have that on? That's the pump. Okay. Pitch is gonna go right here. Pitch and yaw will go there. Pump is gonna be electric motor. Electric motor. Infrared. Infrared, okay, and then the cameras can go out. All right, let's check the electricity on all these. They're going to there, go there. All right, and then this will go there. All right, good. Let's test these out. What's going on here? We got power here? What are we powered up here? Let's look. Nope, nope, no power there. Okay, that's weird that I didn't hook the power up. Missed the jump. All right. There's water cannons. Let's go left. Nothing. Never good when it does nothing. Nothing. Could be. Let me see if it's just super slow. Oh, monitor touch. I didn't take in monitor touch. That would do it. Okay. If I don't take a monitor touch, it's not going to do anything, huh? That would do it. Okay. All right, let's go left. That's backwards, right, backwards. Can't even tell. Okay. Okay, infrared needs to be a toggle. This needs to be a toggle as well. All right. Crap. I'll just redo it, seeing I have IDE still open. I have Pony still open, so we'll just go ahead and fix it. So why did I do that? Can't go back, can I? Shit. Whatever. I don't know why I didn't just go back and fix it. That was stupid. All right. So all I needed to do was just select the toggle. I don't know why I deleted it. Alright, let's fire it up here. Alright, infrared locks on now. I don't have this plumbed in, I don't think, but we'll check, see if the motor's actually on. Yep, it's coming up. Okay, good. So that's coming up. All right. Check, see what's backwards here, and we'll fix it. So let's see. So left, right needs to be inverted. Up, down's not working at all. Okay. So left, right works on this one. Left, right works on this one. Nothing up, down. Okay. Infrared, and then let's check that one. Okay, this one's plumbed in. All right. This one needs a hose. Okay, that would be why. That one's probably not working. I thought I plumbed them in. So up, down's not working at all. All right. Let's see why. Okay, that's why. All right. See where we're at here. Come on, man. Give me what I'm actually clicking on, you scum. Okay, and then we want to go... Is that a hose? Alright, and then this needs to be inverted. That was correct. So let's go check the up-downs on these. Alright, left, right works. Up. Increase the speed and up, down, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Infrared works. Water flows now. Okay, good. See where we can get range-wise on this. So pretty good range on that one. What is the cat doing? Could you stop, bud? All right, that one's working fine. Probably speed up, down a little bit. I think left, right's fine, probably. I think range-wise, I think we're good. Looks pretty good there, I think. Might keep them slow. You know, it's kind of annoying when you want to get them somewhere if it's slow, but the nice thing is you're able to... you got to just play with it. Just keep playing with it. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's how I figured out Pony, and I don't know it very well, so you got to just play with it. See. So that's working well. Then we have infrared for night. Let's see what it looks like at night. Can't really see the water at night. It's alright, we can still look outside and see where it's hitting. Alright. Shut that one off. Might change those to green. That's what I'll do, I think. So let's go back into Pony. Alright, let's go back to the UI builder. Let's go to these here. And I want, let's see. So background on, let's make this a green. Okay. Didn't mean to spawn it. I meant to go in the fucking microcontroller. How's it going, Space City Mopar? Alright, so now those will turn green when they come on. That way I can tell if I'm shutting the water off or not. Alright, there we go. So now I at least know when I shut the water off, because it has a little bit of lag time between when you shut the water off and when it stops, so want to be able to know I shut it off and just leave it. Alright, so this gives us two 180 arcs on either side of the ship. Nice. So we can go ahead and, yeah, I don't know Pony all that well, so it's best to just play with it and learn, because I can't really help too much with it. Let's see. Fire nozzles are done. Okay, good. Let's put a fuel panel in here. Do I really care about fuel in here, though? I don't know if I do, so I might leave it off of there. Might save the panel for something else. Let's do spots. That's deck lighting. know if we benefit from a big spot or not. So. See if I made one. I thought I made one. Let me see. Let's see. We'll make something for this. Then I'll have it for later. Make a gimbal tester. So let's see. Pitch. Yeah. All right, let's check out. We'll get the convergence going on here. Right off the pad into the water. I don't want the pad lights on is the problem. Okay, there we go. All right, so that looks like down. Okay, they're starting to get convergence. So let's do 0.25. Let's try that. Let's see how I like that. I need to put deck lighting up top too. That's not bad. That lights up a good area there. Yeah, if I could just land on the pad, we'd be in great shape here. That 0.2, 0.25. Let's try that on the other one. Let's just do 1 so I can see which direction the bow's going, if it's going up or down. Okay, so 1 is definitely down. Okay. So let's go 0.2, 0.25 on that one as well. That one looks pretty good. Let's check in here and see how we like it. That's good. Let's turn on the deck lighting too, see how this looks, deck lighting. Yeah, so I don't need to bathe the ship, so I might move those spots. I don't know where to put them though, because the crane's going to be in the way. I don't know if they need to be moved. The back's all right. It's pretty good. Let's look at the back, see how we like the lighting. Probably go up a little bit in the back. I don't need to bathe the helipad as much as I'm doing. There we go. Let's do that. Let's see how that looks. The bow needs to angle down because the ship is long in the bow. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Let's actually try this on both sides here. Yeah, I'm digging that. So let's just do a Y factor on here, and it will be 0.25. Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'll save this at some save this at some point here. Spot gimbal, let's go just the 1. Two. I always screw this up. I believe it's 2. Okay. Okay, let's double check this. So that was a yaw on that. So that, yeah, that's 2. Okay. Okay, good. Bring Tethys back up. We'll get those cameras plumbed in. How's it going there, Rasmus? Good to see you. There was something yesterday came up. Yesterday it was just them talking about the Q&A. They put a link to my video. They talked about how you know, they couldn't get to all the questions. They're going to be doing more Q&As in the future. So yeah. All right, good. Get this spotlight finished. I want to move this over, flip this. That's fine where this block goes here. That's deck lighting right there. All right, and then we can add to that. So let's add to this panel here. I want to do what do we have? Is it going to be okay. Let's see, do we do a set them up bows or how do I do these? Let's see. I'm trying to think how I want to do these. I think we'll do bow, stern, port, starboard, I think. Yeah, bow, stern, port, starboard, I think. Okay. Bow spots. All right, so I think that's how we'll set this up. Then we'll go from here to here, and then this will go into the spot panel. And I'll have to, oh, there you, spots. So we have 4 doubled, essentially. Well, 4, no. 4, 5. No, it's going to be 6, so we'll do 3 double. Okay. Bow. Stern. Port. Starboard. Okay. powered in. Okay, that's fine to be like that. All right, good. So we'll do the, oh, I can't do infrared on these, can I? What was I thinking of? Which spots have infrared on them? I don't think which spots have infrared on them. I thought there used to be infrared on these. Was I wrong, or did they change it? I thought they used to be able to do infrared. Interesting. Interesting. I thought we could do infrared. No progress on the nav screen. I haven't really touched it. How's it going, Citrus? I thought we could do infrared at one point. Am I just making shit up? That's weird. Okay, whatever. I haven't done port yet, so we'll do port starboard. So this is going to be stern. Bow. Let's put in port and starboard, and then I have to test out their angles. Where the hell do I want them is the question. Shit. I don't like them there. Put it right here. I thought we used to have infrared. I don't know. Maybe I'm making shit up. Definitely don't need it now. Think about what we want later with that then. we'll light the sucker up and we'll see what it looks like here. Ah, nothing. What the fuck? Why? Why, dude? Why are you not lighting up spotlights now, you scumbags? Not even happening with infinite electricity on. Let's actually go. I don't want those. Let's not light the spots up with that. Let's do that. Make sure these are plumbed in again. That's what happened. This got disconnected. Nope, that's connected. Okay. Did I plug this in? I did. All right. Why? You're not working there, guy. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't number them. That's what. Don't think I numbered the panel yet. All right, that's probably what did it. I would say that's it. Nope, number the panel. Shit. These get hit. Those didn't get electrified here. These need to get electrified. All right, those are all plumbed in. They go right here to the main breaker. This one here is plumbed across. Okay. Why you not working there, dude? Oh, I don't think I numbered them right in the panel. Let me look. Yeah, no, I numbered them correctly. What the fuck? Right, infrared bow. Oh, right here. That's it. Okay. Jesus. Simple mistakes. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. We're lit up. Let's see how it looks. That looks good. All right. Spots are done. We can check that off the list. Click on the light. Let me see. Oh, yeah, they have to be permanently made. Okay, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I forgot you can't just turn them on and off infrared. They have to be default infrared, so I'm not going to even worry about that. I'm not doing 2 sets of lighting. Yeah. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yep. That rings a bell now. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to go get a quick coffee. Let's put on the coffee break sign, and I'll be right back. All right, let's come back here. All right, so let's see. Working on Tethys a little bit there for citrus. Asked that. So just doing a little bit here and there. I showed off my hybrid Karl. Show that off again. I know Magazorb was interested in that, so he can be shown the stream if need be. Let's put some deck lighting up top here. Don't need a ton. I'm trying to know where the hell I'll put it. Right here, I think. Cat won't stop screaming. Put it there, and then maybe a couple here across. I don't know, I'm trying to think. I don't want to bathe this too much in light. Let's try here maybe. Okay. Alright, so those should just be hooked up as deck lights. They this level did not get done. Then we have a deck light down here somewhere. What's that? Deck light right there. Okay, and then RGB for these. Coming off of where? Right there. RGB lights right there. Okay. Check it. Make sure. Yep. Okay. Alright, so I'll continue the deck lights up here. On to that level, so that'll be good. I should probably do one here. This stern light pretty much always lights the sucker up here, so I might not worry about here. Alright, that's good. So let's check the checklist. Harbor gen. I still don't know what I want to do for a harbor generator. I might do a diesel generator. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. That's some good progress on Tethys. So for those who joined later, I put in a bilge system. So each of these rooms on this deck have fluid ports in the floor, and then there's a pump. It pumps it into the ballast tanks. So each room will pump into the ballast tanks. And that way, like we can see right here, pumps in. Right here also pumps in. And then the front two rooms pump into the front two ballast tanks. The ballast tanks will automatically put water in and out as necessary. So as it pumps water into the ballast tank, they'll automatically go out or in. And that way, if we get any flooding, and then what I think I'll do is just put in... I'll just let the water stream down from the upper decks. I doubt we'll get any water in the upper decks, but essentially, like, all I really need is a port going down, and then it will let water come in from the upper decks and go down into the lower decks, and then the lower decks will shit, I didn't mean to do that. The auto decks will automatically empty, so I think that's how that's going to work. I'm trying to decide if I want accent color on the baseboard here. I can't decide. So, like, trying to think. Let me just do some wonkiness on this color to try to see. Let me see, off there, okay. So I'm trying to think if we want to do baseboard and like kind of baseboard molding color. Just doing lime because it's easy to change out, so. Because I don't have anything else lime on here. Let's change it to something here. I don't know about how I feel about it. I'll think about it later. All right. Let's see. Quickly check out what we just did. Make sure all that's plumbed in properly for deck lighting. This deck lighting should... okay, I was going to say, that deck lighting should operate without the battery being on. Alright, so there's the deck lighting there. That lights up these whole hallways here, and then this cuts around here, so that's good. That's adequate on this level. Nice. And then up here is going to have stern light on, so I'm not really worried about that too much. Alright, good. So let's save this. Excellent. I could, yeah. There's plenty of space in the helipad, but I don't really care about the money. Like, I want the ship to be expensive, but like I could replace all these in here. I've been doing it. Like, these used to all be in there, but I haven't really bothered going through. We could go through now and redo some of them. Like, it doesn't worry me too much about the cost of this. Fucking symmetry. Go on, dude, please. This isn't necessarily symmetrical either, which is kind of, I gotta keep an eye on it. That get a little bit of shade. It does. We'll leave it. Okay. Fuck right off with your color swap. There we go on that. Alright, good. So I'm trying to think of what else we need. Fuel panel. I'm not sure if I'm even going to put a fuel panel on. We have the downstairs fuel panel. Like large ships like this, you don't need to check your fueling all the time. You know, some of them, they don't even have gauges. You have to do dipsticks. So it's, we have this large fuel panel here. It's like if you need to check the fuel, you come down and check here. Yeah, so. Trying to think what I want to do. I think we're pretty good on that. Let's do one more quick save. I'll show off the hybrid. So the hybrid was designed to go into the helicopter pretty much because of how small it has to be. I decided to go to hybrid, which actually kind of made a super efficient hybrid that works really well. It sips fuel. It shouldn't need any cooling. The problem is with a car this small, you can't really fit a cooling system in there. So this has no cooling system. And then it has, so it's completely hybrid. It just has a diesel gen in there. So it's 2 electric motors running the wheels. And then it has a 2-cylinder in here running a generator. And that's pretty much about it. And it should have pretty ridiculously good range. It stays nice and cool. It's fast. So, like I get this really efficient. So, if we look at it here, check my settings here. Infinite electricity needs to go off or else the gen's not going to know what to do. All right, so like you can see here, we have 100% battery. This is up at 2.9 RPS. One thing with the electric motors, to get going, right, object at rest wants to stay at rest, object in motion wants to stay in motion. It's going to use a lot of electricity to get going. Once it's going, it's actually it doesn't require a lot of electricity to stay going. So, like, if we go ahead and we start going, watch the volts will drop really heavily and the battery will too. So what'd that go up to? I need to check that. So like you notice we're dropping battery precipitously as we accelerate. So we're dropping at 0.3. As you notice, it's coming up. We are revving up to match it. And then once we get up to speed, look what the volts do. The volts go positive. So it doesn't require a lot of electricity to maintain speed. So once we get up to speed, it does not take that much to maintain it. We're doing 94 miles an hour. Now, I do need to fix it. I put stability system in here. It's not tuned in. But it will go 94 miles an hour. And it, you know, you can see we've used 20% battery. I only have one small battery, but once we get back up to speed, it will start to gen battery again. So I need to fix this. This is too twitchy. The p-value on the steering controller needs to go up, and the sensitivity on the seat needs to go down. It's too twitchy. And because it's twitchy, I end up losing control. But you notice we're generating battery again. So we're only at 4.8 RPS. We're already climbing on our battery, and you notice we're only at like 30 degrees, and we're not going up that fast. So we should be able to get all the way across the continent without overheating. Plus, it has overheat protection, so it will automatically prevent us from overheating the motor. So something this small, I really can't fit in a you know, cooling system, and I can't fit in a transmission, and I can't fit in the transmission microcontroller. That's kind of the limiting factor. The transmission microcontroller is pretty big, and then the you know, you would have to add the actual gearing for the transmission. So you're adding 4 blocks for gears, plus you're going to probably have to change direction. So by doing that, then you have to route the drive shaft all the way to the front to get all-wheel drive, which you can just hook an electric motor. So this system seems to be best for something really small like this, is just run it as a hybrid. Because like we're getting really good performance here. As you see, we're back up to 80% battery. You know, as long as I don't wreck, because when I wreck, I end up having to regen battery because it costs me a lot of battery to get moving again. But it's one of the reasons, like, somebody put on the Patway, make it faster. And my response was no. But part of it was I balanced the Patway. The motor only goes to, like, I think 0.1 or 0.2. And the reason is you'll still go the same speed. The top speed will still be the same. The electric motor caps out at 19 RPS. So whatever the diameter of the tire is times 19 is going to give you your final speed. The speed's not going to change. What's going to change is your rate of acceleration. And so the rate of acceleration, the acceleration is what's kills our battery. And so, for example, for the Patway, the point of it is, like, that thing, you know, I don't want to eat up all the battery, so it has a nice slow acceleration. One, so you don't hit a bunch of shit. And two, you know, it's a balance for efficiency. So balance between speed and efficiency, you know, and the Patway still does 50 miles an hour. You know, 50 miles an hour in a personal transport is pretty good. Like this does 94, and you see we're recharging battery again. So like even this number could go down a little bit, the acceleration number, to try to save a little bit of electricity. But like we're not quite halfway across the continent yet, and as you can see, we're recharging our battery. We're up to 40 degrees. Oop. Wasn't paying attention. So I'll probably work on stability here for a second. Let's get that fixed. I already gripped up the tires. Yeah, I don't have any space for that. I have no space for any of that. I've done that before too, just using that. But the problem I see now with using air manifolds is you can't... The water is not pumping enough. The air manifold is not spawning with enough water. So, like, we did this test with the ultralight. The ultralight used to be air-cooled. The problem is, when you move the water, I'm only moving, like, 2 liters per second with no tank. When I put a tank in there, it's moving 22 liters per second. 22 liters per second still was not enough. That's why I had to go with the radiator for the ultralight. The air is fine. Like, a scoop will move max air. It's like 599 liters per second. It will move max air, no problem. The issue then becomes that you the issue becomes you can't move enough water because you don't have enough water spawning in there, and that becomes the problem. Where's the steering controller? Right here. Let's do point, or I don't know, 0.45. Let's try this out. Try to see if I can get this to... The other thing, too, is with a short wheelbase, the shorter your wheelbase, I also don't know if this is balanced right. I have to look at the balancing. But you'll notice with a short wheelbase that that's when you'll spin out. That's why, for example, dragsters have really long wheelbases. You know, they're putting a lot of torque down. It would rather spin out than it would rather spin sideways than go forward. By making it longer, it makes it more resistant to spinning out. Okay, so see how we're wobbly? That means the 0.45 is too high. So let's go down to 0.35. It does have active arrow to a certain extent. It just has 4 fins that all face down. But you can see this is only running at about 5 RPS max, so it's pretty... It really shouldn't need much, if any, cooling. You know, and it's not going to get any cooling. That's just, period. It's not getting any cooling. I might put a little D value in here to dampen that wiggle out. Might put a small bit of D value in there. But like with a small wheelbase, it's gonna be pretty. It's gonna want to spin anyways. That's the problem with a small wheelbase and anything is that's one reason why like if you're doing a little sports car like the Mazda Miata, my mother always had Miatas. Are a lot of fun because with the short wheelbase, it's easy to get the ass to come out. The longer the car, the harder the ass is to come out because you have that stability with having it nice and long and a long wheelbase. Like a good cruising motorcycle will have a nice long wheelbase. All right, so we got a tiny hair of a wiggle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to probably add just a hair of D value. But like I feel less... It's just so light, too, that the other problem is you see how easy it is for me to get it rocking and rolling on its wheels? And that's with active arrow. It has 4 fins pushing down. It's really not going to be able to do... I'm never going to be able to make it perfect because... you know, make it behave perfectly because it's just too light. You know, it's too small, it's too light, it's not very wide. I'm going to try to, well, do a couple things to try to get some inherent stability in here. Let's go work on those real quick. But, like, this thing's going to be super, super duper efficient, you know. Let's go ahead and let's drop that p-value down just a hair. 0.3 maybe. And let's go in here, and let's do a D value on that. Just a tiny D value on there. Just a little, try to soften that, dampen that up a little bit. Okay, we'll try that. Where's the cat? The cat, like, is trying to go in the wall. Like a jackass. Let's see. All right, so the other thing to do to help with your inherent stability of a car is, I can see part of the problem now, is you want count wheelbase, hub to hub, essentially. So that's 8. So right about there, 4. We want to be on this line here. So I want to actually drag that center of gravity forward a little bit. And I'll see if I have space to do it. That's the problem, is we're kind of hurting on... Oh, my God. If I could speak English, we'd be in great shape. Hurting on space. Ugh, English. Language. Me, speak. So what we'll do is add a couple weight blocks here. That was another good thing it was I liked with Big Man's Challenge was it was, you know, like really getting things balanced in was important. All right, so now, like I said, I want this pink block right on this line here, ideally. I'm just hurting for space here, so I could put it... What's in? That's the battery right there. The block that ends the battery. Really don't have much other space to put in there. Could, and you know, lowering the center of gravity is also helpful. See, this again, this is one small thing I'd like the devs to do is make it so that we can paint using additive paint this weight block. Let's see like what the difference with that is. See if this one will help a little bit. I moved it back a little. I really don't want to move it back. Like, just be able to color this would really be a nice thing for them to add. So it's like, I talked about when we were doing the big man challenge, like moving 3 weight blocks was the difference between having a car that was really good on the racetrack and terrible on the racetrack. And that's like, you get to really light craft. That's how precise they need to be is, you know, you think about like the actual engineering of a real race car, and it's like little things like that, like having 50-50 weight distribution is huge for not spinning out. You know, and the reason why we spin out when I take a turn is the center of gravity was aft, so the center of gravity was past the center point, and so that makes the car, that makes the ass of the car want to get ahead of the front of the car. And so, of course, you don't want the ass to be in front. You want the front to be in front of the ass, right? That's why it's called the ass. And so by moving that center of gravity forward, the front of the car wants to stay in the front. So ideally, if we could move the weight forward more, like right now, I feel more stable. I'm really not... Like, it's hard, much harder. Notice we didn't spin out there. I could recover it. And that little bit of weight movement helps with that. It gets that center of gravity forward. So by getting your center of gravity forward to the center point or closer to the center point, you're going to be really helping yourself out with stability. Like, this is already, like, I can already upset this a little bit more, and I'm not spinning out. Just that little, those 4 weight blocks. Like, now I can control my slide. I'll probably go sideways on that one, yeah. So, like, if I could get that weight even a little bit more, like you noticed before we were doing a full spin out, we're not anymore. And it's just that little bit of weight going forward helped. What I could do is here, see if I can move that relay. I don't think I have space for the relay anywhere. See if I have space for the relay. I might be able to make it look like a decorative item. If I can make it look like a decorative item, I will, but that relay is big. Yeah, the problem is the electric relay is 1x3. I was going to put a battle cannon piece in there. Like, here, let's play with this. Here, let's just do this. Let's go like that. Let's leave it where it is. So let's play with this further. So, like, if we look at where the center of gravity is, it's right there. I want it on this line or a little bit ahead. So, like, let's just do, for now, this. What happened to these? Okay, no, they're right here. Okay. So, like that, and we look, you see that before we're there, and now that's there. And so now we've lowered the center of gravity down. That will cause the car to rock less. And it will also, it moved it forward, which is going to, again, make the front of the car want to stay in front and the back want to stay in back. You know, you're getting these problems, like if you weight your trailer too far aftward, it will start to spin your car out. If you want to put that weight further forward in the trailer, as far forward as you can, that will keep the trailer wanting to trail the car and not get ahead of the car. That's why tractor trailer's jackknife is the trailer is much heavier than the tractor. It wants to be in front. So like now, let's get up to speed. So now the center of gravity is well in front. And so now it's going to be harder still to spin this car out because the front wants to stay in front. So like here, let's try to spin out. I can't. Can't spin out. Like, I'm going to try to spin out, can't do it. So it's like, that's one thing when you're building these things, like, you got to think of the real engineering of it, is, it works in game, is like, by getting that center of gravity, just those 2 blocks there, I cannot spin this car out. Like, I'm trying, I can't do it. Full lock, can't spin the car out. Because the front of the car is heavier, it wants to go forward. It does not want to come out. You know, so here, we'll do a test again. All right, so I can't spin this car out right now. Tried it as much as I could. We locked the tires up before I spin it out. So, like, let's do this. Let's fix this. All right, let's do the opposite of what we want to do here, which is throw a bunch of weight in the ass here. So now we want this line to be just about there. Let's put it up too. So we'll raise the center of gravity and we'll pull it back some. We'll do it really accentuated like that. So it's too high and it's too far back. Now the back of the car, so one, it's going to be more tippy because we've raised the center of gravity, but also we've moved it aftward. So now the ass of the car wants to go in front, and it's going to be extra tippy. See it tippy? It's already, there we go, look at that. So you see how terrible that is. So it's like these little things where people like the handling of cars and stormworks sucks. It's like, no. You just don't understand that in real life, the engineers understand the concepts. So when they build the car that you drive in real life, they factored all these things in to make sure the center of gravity is low enough. It's centrally located. You know, they used to, when SUVs started first coming out, they had all sorts of problems with rollovers. And they've gotten better over time because, you know, they've tried to move the weight down. They've used lighter materials up high, you know, stuff like that to try to get that center of gravity more 50-50 and lower. Like, see how easy it is to spin out now? So, like, that's... So much of this, again, it's how you design your build. You have to think of these things when you build your stuff. Let's see what we can do here. So like that is, so you see how just like that tiny little bit of weight distribution can really cause havoc. Let's try something. We'll see if I like the look of this. I'm kind of at the looks phase here, so I really don't want to screw up my looks too much. I actually like that. Okay, I was afraid I wasn't going to like it. I kind of actually dig it. Let's cut these, and let's put in... We'll beef the frame up a little bit on this. There we go. I like that. And so if this works, if I can still get in the helicopter, that's the main thing. I don't dislike the look of that. I kind of like it. Let me see if I want to... black out the grill, maybe. Probably not. Kind of like it like that. Let's do the same color here. There we go. See, I like the look of that. That's not bad. And if you look, we've moved... So this center line is the midpoint. We've moved it just forward to the midpoint. Let's actually cut these blocks out, because I don't really want the dot if I can avoid it. So now you notice we're pretty low. So ideally, you'd want this center of gravity right on line with the hubs. If you can get this center of gravity down here, beautiful. And then you want to get it, a little bit of front bias is kind of nice. So a little bit of front bias, a little bit in front of the center of gravity. So this line, center of gravity, we're ahead of it. So you remember last time how easy it was to spin that bitch out? Let's see how hard it is to spin this bitch out now. Yeah, and that's another one I see people blaming the game for. They're like, oh, you can't make a car that doesn't spin out in game. It's like, no. You can make a car. You're just not understanding that it's something you're doing that is not making it work. So let's start spinning it out. All right, we can squeal the tires. I'm full lock, full lock, full lock, full lock, full lock, full lock. It's not going to spin out because all the weight, or not all the weight, but the weight is biased forward. So the front of the car wants to stay frontward. It does not want to get, it doesn't want to spin around. That's why a car spins out, is the ass. Well, it depends. You know, you could, for example, hit something like if you hit a piece of terrain, of course. Now the front's going slower than the rear, it spins, but for the most part, it's because the rear is has more momentum, right? The momentum is the mass and the acceleration, so they're both going the same speed, but the ass weighs more, so it has more momentum. So it's going to try to get ahead. And the area with less momentum is going to be more easily stopped. So here's a full lock, me trying to spin out, me trying to spin out, me trying to spin out. And you can see how really sensitive it is. And if you think about it, the lighter the car, right, the greater the percentage of mass, right? So if you have one weight block, right, a weight block weighs what? Three weight? Is it weight 3? I'm trying to think. No, what is it? 10? 10? Let me look. I gotta look. Yeah, it's 10 because it's three weight blocks is 30, and then one battle can is 40. So yeah, it's 10 per block. So if you added in, by adding those weight blocks, by adding 4 weight blocks, you're adding 40 mass to the front. Well, that could be 10% of the mass of the vehicle. So it sounds like, oh, it's a tiny thing, but you're actually moving 10%. So if you had a vehicle that weighed 40,000 pounds, right, that means you'd have to move 4,000 pounds forward to have the same effect. So it gives you really, like you can see, like I cannot spin this sucker out. Can't do it. Full speed, we're probably doing, what are we doing? 83 miles an hour. Can't spin it out. So you see how that tiny bit of weight distribution difference makes all the difference in the world. That's all it takes to really get a car that's going to behave properly, is frankly to build it properly, Yeah, Mercedes A-Class. I like the A-Class dash, but like the A-Class was, like my whole philosophy is buy the upper tier of the regular brand, then buy the low tier of the luxury brand, because it's like, the low tier of the luxury brand is really pretty junky, and the high tier of the regular brand is very nice usually. Like, for example, they're coming out with the car that I'm interested in now. I'm not going to get a new car, but the car that interests me right now, here, let's do this first. Let's find it first, is the Honda Prologue. The problem is it's got it's a Chevy base, so I'm not really thrilled with Chevy. But, let me find this. So, like, this is the Honda Prologue. It's a Chevy base. They did a lot of stuff to make it very Honda, but it's still a Chevy base, so I'm not thrilled with it. But that's the Prologue. It's all electric. And then here's the Acura ZDX. The ZDX is the same car, just badged Acura, and has a bunch of up-spec things. And like this car is like 70 grand, and this car is like 50 grand. And so the difference in price is like they're starting to do some stuff which I think is like craziness. Like they're starting to do like electronic damping on the for suspension, electronic suspension. And it sounds, oh, it's so nice and comfortable until it breaks and it costs you 6 grand. And then like this car, it might ride 10% worse than the ZDX. And when this one breaks, it's $600, instead of $6,000. And so that's kind of why, like, I wouldn't, even if I had $1 billion, I probably wouldn't be going after like that extra shit. It's just not worth it, Honda Acti, I would like an Acti, yeah. What is this 10 from Citrus? Let me catch up a little bit. I gotta catch up. I know, I need a ton of integral, right? Like, you see how, like, I had that tiny little wiggle waggle, and that much, I put P value, it's supposed to be D value. That much D value, got rid of it right there. It was that tiny little wiggle waggle. I got rid of that. But now, like, this car is incredibly well balanced. You see, I can't wreck it. Before, it was very spinny. And that's where I get a lot of new players. They get frustrated because you don't know what you don't know. And the problem is, a lot of people will say, it's not working. It's the game. And then it turns into an echo chamber. You get other people who they don't know what they're talking about either. And they don't know why something's not working. And they say, yep, it's the game. And then all you have to do is go on the workbench. Go on the workbench, download like a really good builder's car, and go drive it. And they drive great. And so it can't be the game if a bunch of people are making good stuff that works. Like people say, oh, you can't make good airplanes in stormworks. Bullshit. Go look at the workshop. You've got good plane after good plane after good plane. You have some crap on there, too. I don't mean to say crap, but you have some stuff that doesn't work well, let's put it that way, as well. And it's, at that point, if some people are making stuff that works really well and some people are not, it is not the game's issue, because obviously some people, everybody's playing the same game. Oh, this is going to be a problem here. Shit. All right, that's the problem here. If I have to back into this, that's not the end of the world. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Where's my reverse key? 6. I keep changing. It was 1. Now it's 6. So that's why the front looked the way it did. It was for the it was to get in here. So I can probably back in. As long as I can back in, I'm happy. Because I designed the back bumper is higher, so I should be able to get in to the ramp here. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to miss it. Yeah, I'm going to hit. So I might have to fix something to get this in there. Let me see if I can smooth something out on that ramp. That ramp's going to be a problem anyway. Like, this car could go in fine before, so, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, see, it's hitting the motor, the electric motor. All right, so let's see what we can do here. Let's see if I can get a little... Fuck off. Where am I? Oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, I can't do anything in here. Shit. Let's see. That's part of it. Let's see if I can fiddle with this door to get this to be a little bit more... I'm just going to screw with this for a real quick second, see if I can figure out a way to make this work. I doubt it. The approach, it's a double thickness, so like that's why the front of this was the way it was. Trying to get a bite angle on this and see what we can do here. Yeah, it's going to be weird, so I'm not going to bother with that. Let's see what we can do with this car to get that in there. I might be able to put a ramp right at the... Because this was sloped for that reason, is it lets it get to the wheels. So, like, the problem on the back here is the motor. So we could do that. Let's see if that will work. Ah, shit. I didn't fix the helicopter. Let's fix the helicopter. Because that's one of the main reasons I built this car was to fit in the helicopter. So if that kind of defeats the whole purpose. But yeah, it's really is kind of cool how like tiny little bit of weight transfers can really change whether something operates well or it doesn't. And I see quite often people blame it right on the game, and it's really not. It's just not. It really has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with how they're building their build, and it's easy to blame the game for if you can't figure something out. And I get it. It's a complicated game, but it doesn't mean that it's fair to do so. Yeah, shit. All right, there we go. It's a little bit iffy. If I put a winch in here, we'll definitely get it in. So let's get out. So it's going in now. It's not ideal, but it's in. So that fits in. I've flown around with it already, but that fits in. That was kind of the whole point of making this car. Was I wanted a car that could go in this, and it's actually pretty utilitarian. This car, it's not useless. The big thing was the headrest of the seat is what was causing it to hit. So it has space for 4 occupants in the back. Oh, shit. 666. There we go. I hit the space bar. There we go. So, like, if you use my stability controller and your wheels aren't turning enough, that's seat sensitivity. Turn your seat sensitivity up. You need to get in a balance. The p-value of the steering controller needs to be low enough where you don't get an oscillation. And then if you want the wheels to steer more quickly, that's a sensitivity issue, because what you're doing is you're telling the PID what you want. You say, I want one angular speed or one angular momentum. And the lower the sensitivity in your seat, the slower it gets to 1 angular momentum. And so if you increase that, the more quickly it's going to tell the PID, hey, I want 1 angular momentum now. So that's why you have to work on that. So, but you notice, like, here we are trying to spin out. You notice the roll is much less because I got that weight nice and low. Before, this was rocking and rolling pretty good. Now it's not, and that's because the weight's nice and low. With the arrow on there, you notice it lands nice and straight because it has 4 fins in there, all pointing down, and that keeps it glued to the road. So, But a lot of these things, again, the nice thing with this game is, no, the physics is not perfect, but we have all the tools we need to fix it. And when I say fix it, I don't, like some people like, Dev should fix it so the physics is realistic. Sure, give me that. I like a realistic game, but a lot of the people want blimps, and they want hovercrafts, and they want airships, and they want things that are not necessarily even possible in real life. And having the game the way it is currently allows us to use the tools ourselves to make it super realistic or super, fantasy, whatever we want. And so that's why I'm not even a big advocate of making the game more like I would like it, because, it would make the game so other people can enjoy it as well. And so that's why, like, if you want a car that behaves properly, you can use realistic things, and then you can also do some things like add fins to it, which, while not realistic to a certain extent, it simulates extra weight. So it's as though you're adding extra weight by doing downforce, which is a real thing they do in vehicles. We have less weight than we should, but we can put in a bunch of downforce with some fins, and we can simulate that, and so we can have a realistic operating car. And then we can use fins to, simulate some other stuff that you want. Fantasy builds, realistic planes, you can use fins. So, fins are one of the most powerful tools in game. But, like, this car drives like a dream now. Like, I can give it, like, before it was real twitchy, and I'd be careful. Like, notice I'm trying to upset it and get it off the road, and I can quickly recover. So I'm going to try to get off the road, recover. That was a little bit late on the recovery there. And you notice how it preferred to land on its wheels. The reason is the center of gravity is low. So as it spun, it could have still landed on its roof, but for the most part, it prefers to be on the ground because the weight is distributed low. If this was like an SUV with a real high center of gravity, this thing would like to tip over. I'm going to try to get it permanently tipped over here. See, it prefers to be upright because of the center of gravity. I'm trying to get this sucker tipped over so I can, tip it over myself. I'm going to try to go off this in a way I'm going to try to roll it right here. Well, like, you build things, like this, they're going to be more inherently stable. I can't. I like trying to tip it over there. I was going to tip it over and try to pick it up myself. But this thing should be pretty light. I can't imagine this being too heavy. Let me see if I can get under there. No, I'm not strong enough to tip it over. I was going to try to tip it over and see if I could knock it back upright. What is that right there? Something out there. Did I not merge something? I might not have merged something. Okay, let's open up the... oh, it was the helicopter. Okay. Let's open up the hybrid. And I'm just going to put that little wedge here to help me get ramped in. I might just do this here. Let's just do this. Let's go like that. That will help me get into the... that will actually help me get into the helicopter. Let's see what the weight on this is. The weight is 277. So it's very, very, very light. So like we were talking about... So like here, let's do... so that one battle cannon piece was 40. So that is 14% of the mass of this entire vehicle is this battle cannon right here. That's 14% of the entire mass is this battle cannon right here. So that's why moving that tiny little bit of weight makes such a big difference. It's a large portion of the overall mass. Ooh, I might have found what I need here. Let me see. Where's my battery? So this is the only battery in here is this medium battery. We might be. Let me screw around with some stuff here real quick. That's the only battery that's in this, is this tiny little battery. I like these relays, but they're huge, and I don't want to do a manual relay. I want to use the key to light up the systems. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to put it where I want it. So. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not going to be able to put it where I want it. All right, that's fine. Let's save this over the hybrid here. Yeah, but so this car should work well for us with the helicopter. So we'll be able to take the helicopter somewhere, launch the car. We can carry 4 people. We have fire extinguisher, defib, med kits, and the ability to seat 4 in the back. So take 5 on there. So that'll be kind of nice to be able to do that. Fits in the helicopter nicely. It's only 277, 275 now. Did something get deleted? I don't know what happened there, but check it. Hopefully I didn't delete some. Oh, here it is. It was these blocks. Okay. These need to go back on. Like so. Okay. That would be why it was lighter. All right, let's read some chat. Oh, I do like a Honda Acti. 79 Taurus. How's it going, Anton? Ah, yes, 10 times the normal block. I see what you're saying, yeah. Can't you put brakes on the chopper? There are brakes on the chopper. It's, yeah, I didn't have the brakes on, but I don't want to have to, I want it to be pretty foolproof, so, you know, if it's on, like, slippery surface or on a hill, I still want to be able to load it up, so there are brakes in the chopper. Yeah, it's definitely easier to get in there with the brakes. All right, good. So that's working pretty well. Let's go and I'll launch the career game. But yeah, that little bit of mass is really important, you know, and it's, you know, I see it constantly, like, you can't make cars that don't squeal their wheels, and you can't make good cars, and it's like, literally, like, you know, I don't understand this level of certitude that some people have with these comments, because it's like, literally, you can just go on the workshop. Like, we can go on the workshop, and we can see all the builds people have, and guess what? Because they're in the workshop, you can try them out. You can go try them out. You know, for example, people will be like, you can't make a stable boat. Go try out this boat by Lukewarm Hot Tub, and I'm probably pretty sure that boat's stable. You know, go check out the Patway if you like. You know, there's a bunch of, like, most of Butthole stuff is great. You know, Karn stuff is great. You know, so you can go test out a Karn vehicle, a Butthole vehicle, and they're going to work great. You know, they're going to operate fine on the road. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to be too slippy probably, you know, and they're going to be done right. You know, when I talked about the transmission tutorial, a huge part of you not spinning your tires all the time is using the right gears. Because in game, we spin at both too low of a gear and too high of a gear. IRL, you only spin at too low of a gear. But in game, to make it easier for more people, they made it so you can spin low and high. And the spinning is actually a way to make it easier for and more approachable for people. And if you put a proper gearbox in there, you're very rarely going to spin. You know, like you can just go in here and you can test out all these great builds and realize that, oh, these builds are all working great. It's probably not the game. It's probably something I'm doing. You know, there certainly are limitations with the game and problems with the game, but it's like, I see that consistently, and it's, you know, it's people just need to kind of like, you know, go ask for some help from some reputable people, you know, and then you'll often, you'll kind of figure out that, yes, these things are definitely doable. They're reasonably easy to do. I'll put out some more tutorials to kind of, you know, do my part in helping people. But, you know, like you can see, like there's plenty of good vehicles here that really work well, and it's you know, the game is definitely not broken and nothing works. It's just a bunch of hyperbole, I find. It definitely is a lifestyle choice, the Pat way. Speak of the devil here, we're right in front of the Pat way now. Oh, I realized display cap wasn't on as I went through the workshop, but you know, just I was going through some of the more reputable builders who generally make really good stuff that operates and works and doesn't have a ton of problems, you know. Let's see. What is this one down south? I'm not going down there. It's way too far. Let's see what we want to do. I probably should move some diesel. Let's do a quick... Oh, shit. I just put it in the... I just did the career save. Let's see. We're up to 504,000. That's starting to get to a good amount of money because this island over here, one of these I want to buy. Probably this one. That one's 100 grand. So, you know, we could start selling some jet fuel if we need the extra cash. But this is a cool base. We can start building our own home base. We can kind of make that our base of operations, which would be kind of cool. What I was going to test is pumping out. I don't see the problem is I don't think I'm going to be able to get much of a higher rate. Let's see. Let's try something. Let's grab the... Let's get the Patway. Now in the workshop. Patway. By Pat Motors. I was going to make another brand for, like, so Pat's Precision Advanced Technology. It's kind of, it's a take on Caterpillar. And, like, it's funny, in Tarkov, all the Cat, you know, vehicles, like, they use off-brands. Like, all the guns are branded. They pay a ton of money to have branded guns. But they don't brand, like, vehicles. So, for example, you have, instead of Caterpillar, they have TAT, T-A-T. You know, so I like it when games do that. I think that's pretty funny. So, like, all the Cat branded vehicles are TAT, and it looks like Cat, but it's TAT. And then they have, what do they have? I'm trying to think of, like, some of the trucks, there's Kamaz. I forget what they call it. You know, they have, but it's like a Kamaz, but it's a little bit off-brand. Like, I think it's funny, the dude who wanted this to go faster. It's like, dude, it literally goes 50 miles an hour. It's like, what do you want? Why would you want this to go? And it's not even that it won't go faster. It's that it accelerates. It's like, it's acceleration. If you guys saw when I tested out the hybrid, you know, you use more electricity the faster you accelerate. You know, once it's up to speed, it's going to use less electricity. Like, we used barely any electricity to get over here. All right, so let's do a test. I want to do a test on this and see if this friggin' thing is broken. All right, so what I want to do is... I don't think I need it on each part. Let's grab the cab over, and let's put a keep active on there. I think what was happening is I think this despawns, and then the other part stays. All right, so let's put a keep active on that. Let's save that. And then we'll go fill up with some fuel here. Because if you remember, we have an issue where when we leave and we come back, everything's tipped over. And it's because of the... It's tipped over because of the... I think what's happened is the vehicle is despawning or the hose is despawning on save. And then it's pulling the vehicle over. So it could still be the point where... When the game spawns in, the hose might be retracted, and then it tries to quickly extend the hose, but it's not fast enough, so it tips the vehicle over. Let me see where we're at. Day-night cycle here. Let's go. We're on. Override time's off. Okay, good. So we'll take the train out, and we'll go plug this in, and we'll go do something else. Because, like, I don't mind the slow pump rates as long as I can go do something else. If I have to stand there and watch it pump slowly, I'm not super big on that. Yeah, that's a really cool island. The only thing I think it's missing is the ability to spawn something up top. So I really think it was a missed opportunity above the sub bay to be able to spawn a helicopter. You know, you can put one up there. So I'm going to put a helipad and we'll just bring our own helicopter. Ooh, there we go. I might get a picture out of this. Need more thumbnail pics. There we go. Yeah, we'll see you later, Zaki. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's nice to get into some of the base building too, especially like we're getting to the point now where like we could do decel if we wanted. Not that we have any survival mechanics. It was, you know, listening to Deltars talk about how like he really likes survival games and he likes the survival mechanics. You know, he doesn't. It's not on their to-do list. I think, you know, as much as people want to give him shit, like, you know, I think he put it in a reasonable way. He talks about, like, that's not on our to-do list, which kind of means it doesn't mean it can't be in the future, but we have a long list of things we want to and need to get done. And currently it's not on there. And certain things, like, you could even tell he was writing things down and adding them to the list. And they're probably, you know, if I were to guess, they're categorizing, you know, minor updates, major updates. You know, they're not doing a DLC this year. It doesn't mean that they're not going to do them in the future, which I think they should. I think they should do one this year. You know, I saw a lot of, there was a grouchy post on Reddit, and it was talking about how, you know, like, why do people, you know, somebody was generally asking, why do people hate the devs so much? And it was like, you know, and you have the standard from a lot of people. And, you know, they were calling, like, the DLCs cash grabs, and it's like, you know, and it's like, it's a businessman. It's like, you can't expect them to work for free for all these years. And, you know, this isn't a game that has some stable funding model like, for example, WoW. You know, WoW, I think, is like $15 a month. And if you want to play WoW, you pay $15 a month. And, you know, so you'd have three months and you'd have all the cost of this game just for a WoW subscription. And the reason they do that is they have a lot of developers. They have a lot of people working there. They need to pay their salaries. If you want more support for the game, you want more content, that means people have to work on it. And I fundamentally believe people should be paid for their work. And so, you know, those people need to be paid for their work. And so if I need to pull $10 out of my wallet so that people can get paid and keep the game alive, even if it's a DLC I'm not really thrilled about, you know, that's a tiny bit of money. You know, I understand some people are struggling with money. I get that. But that doesn't mean that, you know, those workers should also be struggling with money because, you know, you don't want to pay for it, you know. And so it's just kind of a fundamental thing I don't understand. It's like, you know, to pay an extra, like, even if it was a subscription, $10 a year, like, think of it as a subscription to pay for the DLC. It's $10 a year to be able to keep playing this game as much as you want. You say that's a pretty damn good deal, as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I just don't get some of that mentality of people who don't want to pay for the things they you know, they use. And they'll go out and they'll buy, you know, a sandwich for lunch that costs $10, and they get like 10 minutes of entertainment out of that sandwich, you know, but they won't pay for the games that they, you know, get thousands of hours of entertainment out of. I just don't get it. It seems like pretty good value for money as far as I'm concerned. You know, and to call it a cash grab, I just think it's hilarious. It's like, okay, so is buying a coffee at the store, is that a cash grab? It's something that's very much in the gaming sphere that just doesn't make any sense to me. That is, it's just, I think it's silly at this point. Like, just that terminology, I think, is pretty ludicrous. It's like, you wouldn't use it for anything else that you have to spend money on. Oh my God, groceries are a cash grab. It's like, no, you need groceries to eat, you know? You pay for them. I just think it's so silly. That term, every time I see it, I just, like, roll my eyes. It's like, cash grab. All right, we're up to nice. So these tanks are almost full. So diesel was back to about full, and jet fuel was almost full. So like we weren't gone that much, and this sits here pumping on its own. You know, I do like the new PID controlled pump. You see how slowly it moves to keep the oil topped off. But the fractioning that works with one furnace there, you know, how many times did we get, were we told that, you know, it doesn't work, 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 and it works. It works fine, people. All right, good. So I'm going to save this. Let's do, what are we, 3-8 today? Wow. Oh, I got to pay a bill. Did I not save yesterday? I don't think, no, I didn't stream yesterday. Copy. Yeah, I'll have to pay a bill, too. Yeah, like that's the other thing too. Is like I spent $400 on Star Citizen. I don't play Star Citizen right now. Maybe in the future, if Chris Roberts ever gets his shit together, I'll play. But you know, the problem is a lot of people don't put it into perspective of like this is entertainment. You got to consider your entertainment budget. And for example, like people spend $5,000 to go on vacation, but then they bitch that they paid $50 to buy a game. Like, you know, I've got 6,000 hours in this game. Let's see where we're at here. Let us see. I'm at 60-40. Okay. So let's see. 60-40. Let's say with all the DLCs, let's even say it was $55. Okay. So so 55 divided by 60-40. 0.009 dollars per hour. You know, so about a what is that? 10th, 100th? No, about a 10th of a cent. So 10th of a cent per hour. Pretty good value for it. You know, I think. You know, like. Look up some of my other games. Like, there are some games that I just didn't like Witcher 3. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I paid total of 5.2 hours. I think I paid like $40 probably. I got it on sale. So you do 40 divided by 5.2. That game cost me $7.69 per hour. Do I think I got my money's worth out of that? No. Am I going to cry all day and complain and go on the forums and rant? No. Because, you know what? $7.62, right? People look at you silly if you're out there ranting that, oh my God, I wasted $7.62 for some fun, right? They would look at you like, dude, relax. You know, and that's the thing that some people need to understand is it's like, you know, you gotta put it in the greater context of everything else. You know, games are incredibly cheap still as a form of entertainment, and sometimes, you know what, you're not gonna think you get your money's worth, and you can spend the rest of your life complaining about it. Or you can just move on, and some people just need to move on. You know, they literally they self-describe they haven't played in years, and they'll still haunt the forums. And I used to do that with Star Citizen, and you know what, I was being the jerk when I did it for Star Citizen. You know, it's better for me just to move on, and I don't go on there and haunt the forums anymore. Every once in a while, I'll check it out, see if any progress is made, laugh, and say, nope, another 10 years. Let's check back in another 10 years. But yeah. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm going to probably no clip over there. Teleport, maybe. Let's head out, I think, in Tethys. All right, so we got 142 left. Yeah, jump, you leggy sucker. Let's go in here. All right, so we have bilge pumps and everything now. That's good. Let's go ahead and... I think we could take the orange... No, the orange helicopter doesn't have a disconnect button on it. That needs that. I don't want to build too much right now. Chickadee is good to go. We could take Chickadee. Could take the little lifeboat. I'm going to just fire this sucker up. And we're going to go ahead and I'm going to grab the lifeboat. And we'll load that on. I'm going to need infinite fuel for the lifeboat just because we took every last drop with Tethys. So once we get enough fuel in FJ, it'll be kind of nice that I don't keep doing that. All right, and so I'm just going to quickly throw in infinite fuel to get around. That's why it was still on from yesterday or the other day. All right, so if you remember, we put the radio on here so that now we can track Tethys' position. So that can go on autopilot. Let's see. And then we can catch up with it. It was nice of the devs to give me a shout out there in yesterday's update. That was fun. Yeah, exactly. Like Walter's talking about plus games as they get older, the cost less make the money, so they very cheap, so it gets even better. Yep, I agree. You know, it's why why I have a kind of a relaxed view of the devs for this game and why I don't why my hair's not on fire like some people is the again, there's 4 people. They need to make an income. And guess what? The quickest way to get this game to die is to bankrupt it. Like, as soon as this game doesn't make enough money to pay salaries anymore, then that's when they're going to move on. And so it's like what pissed me off with the brigade of idiots who wanted to review bomb the game. You want to kill a game, that's how you do it. Like, they thought they were some sort of heroes that, oh, we're going to review the game into success. It's like, nothing. Review bomb the game into success. It's like, no. It's not how it happens. That's not how it works. What you do is you, 1, make yourself look like a fool. 2, you cut the revenue of that product. And personally, if I was a dev and, like, that shit was happening, I'd just be like, you know what, screw it. Let's just do the bare minimum, and let's move on, and we'll find a group of people who are less of a pain in the ass. And that's what, personally, I think a lot of people would do as developers is they would just say, screw this, man. We're not going to, they had death threats and all this other shit for it. It's like, and it was a very small part of the community, and I'm glad the devs acknowledged that and understood that. And it was funny, like when there were people who were like, oh, the devs are blaming us for this, rah, rah, rah. It's like, no. They were blaming you because you were the one acting like an unhinged asshole. They were not blaming me. I wasn't acting like an unhinged asshole. Most of the people, the vast majority of the people, were not acting like unhinged assholes. And so none of us were getting blamed for what happened. It was you, the unhinged asshole, who was getting blamed for acting like an unhinged asshole. And the reason why you took offense to it was because you acknowledge that you were acting like an unhinged asshole. And that's what I find so hilarious about it. It was the very people that, like, were crying about it. It was because their reaction was, disproportionate. There were plenty of us who, like, certainly acknowledged the devs screwed up big with the way they released it. They should have pushed it off. They should have at least warned us. They should have said, hey, you know what? For this one, we're going to leave the old copy of the game up, and we're going to launch it as a beta. If you want to join the beta, we're going to release Space and Pressure as a beta. You have to pay to get access because we want you to test it. And, you can come and test it. If you don't want to test it, don't get it, And then when it's more stable, release it as a regular. That's what I think they should have done. So I certainly have my criticisms on the way they did it, but, certainly have no sympathy for the people who were, like, just completely unhinged. Hello from Russia. Citrus hasn't seen the update. There's the video. I put the video out too if you want to watch that. Citrus. It was pretty much just talking about the Q&A. It was kind of a bye week for them. I think they said it's a minor update next week. I'll have to look at it again. We can look at it in a second here. We're just getting fired up here and loading this boat in. You know, and the games are like, you know, there are certainly games out there which I think are not value for money. But still, if you put them in the context of other stuff, like, for example, I did not like Starfield whatsoever. I dislike Starfield. Like, it was hilarious. Like, I had so many clown icons on there for my review by like the true fanboys, which is fine. They love the game, great. And you know, now the whole tenor of you know, people didn't like it. And my review was the game is not for me. You know, I didn't call the game shit. I didn't say this. It just wasn't for me, man. It wasn't the game for me. And there are some people who love Bethesda or whoever the hell made it. I think it was Bethesda, who loved the game, but it just wasn't for me. You know, and now like I think the general atmosphere of that game is like people are not happy with it. And it was, you know, it wasn't for me anyway. And that's what I put in my review. You know. It just wasn't for me. And it wasn't, you know. It was I cannot care less about the story in a story game. That's why I don't play story games. Just really like I can't wait to not talk to those people. I'm like I don't want to listen to what they have to say. I don't like want to talk to the 500th merchant who tells me some boring bullshit. Not interested. Doesn't interest me. I want to make my own story. It's why like I can play career like this and have a lot of fun. And some people like they're bored to tears because they need a narrator to tell them a story. They need that. I don't, and not only do I not need that, I don't want it. I don't want that narrator telling the story. I want to make my own story. And so it's really easy for me in this game to find stuff to do because I make sure there are things to do. And those people prefer it when a game gives them something to do. So a lot of them want more in-depth missions. Can't hear if this winch is working. You know, so they want more in-depth missions. There we go, I can hear it now. Because they would like a narrator to tell you, hey, go do A, then go do B, then go do C. You know, and that's what they would like. And they'll talk about like, oh, all the NPCs are mannequins. Well, I don't really want to interact with like NPCs that try to tell me a story and oh, this is a cook and oh, I have myself a bakery and I could not give a shit about that, you know. So for me personally, I don't need more than mannequins, you know. I'm living my own story here. I don't need their story. And for other people, they really want that story. Just not for me. Oh, shit. I gotta go third person. I can't see what I'm doing here. I should be able to put this either direction. That's what I'm trying to see is can I put this either direction here? You know, like one sentiment I see in this community a lot is people will say that, you know, oh, it's a great builder, but there's nothing to do once you built them. And I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree less, you know, but I do get the sentiment. I get the sentiment that those people probably, you know, they don't like to imagine a scenario for themselves. They don't like to come up with a scenario of what I'm going to do this play session. They want it to give them what to do, and they want to be guided. And I get it. It's just not what interests me. Is I want to make my own. I want to do what I want to do this play session. I don't want the game to lead me by the hand. I want to be the leading character in my story, you know. So for me personally, I think this needs to be the other way. Shiza. No, it might fit. Famous last words. You know, so like that's why I can like play 6,000 hours and not get bored. Is because every play session I can come up with my own ideas of what I want to do, and some people they struggle with that. They need the game to kind of tell them what to do next, and I get it. It's just isn't something that affects me. Oh yeah, can't stand a story game. So bored to tears of the story game. Yeah, and it would be wrong of me to say they suck, because you know what? It's just not my type of game. For me, it sucks, but doesn't mean the game sucks. Doesn't mean the genre sucks. It just means for me, it sucks. And there's a lot of people who can't put themselves in anything but the that first-person perspective. They imagine that everyone thinks like them. They can't imagine that other people have other thoughts that might be divergent of their own. Oops, is this cabinet not painted correctly on the bottom? It isn't. All right, I gotta fix that cabinet. We'll put that on the to-do list. It's hard to tell with it being dark here. All right, let's clutch up and get out. Crane's not stowed. I'll have to go back and stow the crane. You can see the furnace making orange light there. Ick. Good, the new deck lighting works well there. Let's turn on some spots on the way out. See if we can get a pick on this. I can fix the contrast later in paint. That's what it looks like with all spotlights lit up. So I put in the fire nozzles. Fire nozzles are in and plumbed up and working. Spots are in. That was done today. Some point I gotta work on. There's something you can do that when your cursor is within the bounds of the monitor, it will show you the buttons, and when you remove your cursor from within the bounds of the monitor, it will make your buttons invisible. I have to work on that at some point. All right, let's go ahead and where do you want to head? Go around the horn here. I'll get back to that autopilot panel at some point. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to do probably 3 Lua blocks. I'm thinking I'm going to do a button block, a background block, and then the logic block on top of that. So it will essentially paint everything on top of the last layer. Oh shit, this green didn't get colored in here. That sucks. I got to fix that. Yeah, so we'll do that with the nav panel. The other thing that I was trying to think of, I was actually trying to go to sleep in bed, and I was thinking about it was, you know, the other logic I need is, so I'm going to put in, say, whatever it is, eight waypoints, right? And then what I need to do is, so it's going to, so when I click on line select, say 1, I'm going to put in the first waypoint. Then I'm going to click on line select 2, put in waypoint 2. But what I need to happen is once we reach waypoint 1, I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all slide up so that they move up a set. So that's something I'll need to figure out at some point. So they always slide up. The other thing, like I was talking about, was we need to do is make it so that when... Need to make it so that when we, I need to have the ability to stop Tethys. So, for example, I should be able to get in the rescue boat and put a temporary stop in. So what I think I'll do is use a numerical switch box. And the reason I'll do that is that way I can switch over to 0 thrust. So essentially be the prop pitch to 0. And then as soon as I shut the button back off, it's going to go back to the default where it was left. And that way, for example, I can stop Tethys with the rescue skiff. So I'll go inside, press a button, it will stop Tethys. Then I'll unload it. And then I'll get back in the rescue skiff and I'll start heading off. And then I'll press the button and it will switch Tethys back to, you know, going. And then Tethys will auto-stop, or if I come up to Tethys and it's still moving, I can then press the button again. Tethys will temporarily stop. I'll load the ship back on, or the boat back on, and then press the button, and then Tethys can go again. Yeah, I'll have to talk to Rasmus and Basilius about doing that. I'm not there yet. What I'll probably do is I'll get close. I'll get the other parts going. I'm trying to... I learn best by doing it myself, so I'll do that, then I'll ask for the parts that I can't figure out my own. I find that to be a good way for me to kind of learn stuff. I remember it that way better. But I do like the way this bow came out. Like, these are all areas for the winches, for the anchors, rather. Those came out nice. Let's go take a nap. I'm trying to decide which one should be the captain's room. There are some rooms I like more. But, like, this one made logical sense to me because it's at the base of the staircase. I kind of like these in the bow. These are kind of neat. This one is the biggest one, but I think it's going to be chief engineer. I don't like the layout in here. It has 2 windows as well. So I'm probably going to just do this one here. We'll shut the door so nobody can sneak up and watch me while I sleep. You know, weirdos. That's at Arnold Quarry. We're not doing that. No, I have no clip on. Shit. Okay, here I gotta get out of bed and take no clip off. That's problematic. Wonder why we got one so far away. So let's say Friday. What do we have? A week left on the challenge, so I'll probably open up people being able to post their stuff. Probably maybe end of the weekend, something like that. Little homunculus stand on the seat there. See how far off he is. If he's on the way, we'll go do that. I do like the auto lights, the auto red. Kind of nice. All right, let's see where he's at. Okay, he's 4 minutes out, and he's kind of on our way. So we'll hook up to him, and then we'll just tow him up to the refinery island and drop his ass off. See what we're doing for frames here. Not bad. We're hitting 50s. We're all right. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of game issues going on, but it looks pretty good to me. Let's see. I'll bring up that kind of in a slow period here with moving the ship. So let me bring up the thing from yesterday. Not really an update, but just dev Q&A answers roundup. You know, they thanked everybody who submitted questions. They called out my video below. You know, they said they couldn't get to all the questions, and we will do more Q&As in the future. So that's nice. I think the community was good. The community had good, was behaved and received the Q&A well, and asked for the Q&A and appreciated the Q&A. And so I think that's a good way to, you know, I think it's a good way for the devs to interact with us, answer the questions. You know, even like the things that I didn't agree with Deltars on, like as a way forward, a strategy, I understand that it's not my game, you know, and that, you know what, I'm not gonna always get what I want, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, and you know, I think his answers were pretty good on most of the questions, you know. You know, there are some things that I don't think they go into too much detail. He seems very concerned about adding too many blocks. And there are probably 10 reasons why he's afraid to add too many blocks. One, I have no, like, I don't know anything about game development, but, you know, from what I've heard with some of the things with Bullet has limitations. I don't know what the limitations are. Bullet's the engine. And so there likely could be a block limitation in Bullet. And we already have a block limit on the ships itself. And I'm curious if having a certain number of unique blocks on a build can cause a bunch of performance problems. It would not surprise me in the least. And so adding like 400 more parts, even if they're just wedges and pyramids, like and windows and things that people are like, wow, these are easy. The devs should just do it. These are easy. The devs should just do it. Could have serious effects on the game. The other thing Delta has talked a little bit about was they don't want the game file size to swell too much. And I think adding more blocks is going to do that. You know, so again, I would love it if they just added 1 million more blocks. That would be fantastic. But again, let's come back to reality and realize that there very well could be some engine limitations that no matter what, the devs are never going to be able to do. Like, somebody was literally like, oh, the devs should just rewrite the code and put it in Unreal 5. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. It's like, one, that's like years and years and years and years of work so that nobody will buy, so that everybody owns the game will not have to buy again. No, that's not how it's done. It's like, I paid $50, like I said, for 6,000 hours of entertainment. Then if I want a new game, I need to pay another $50 for a new game. That's perfectly reasonable. And some people act like that's not reasonable. It is, you know. But, yep, I think they did a good job. It says next week we'll have a new minor update due for release. So that's nice. That's not necessarily a part. Some of the minor updates have been, they have been parts to a certain extent or components, but they're more technical, like the, let's find it. The map icon, which it is a block, but it's not really a super useful block. It's a block that changes the behavior of how your vehicle shows in the map. It's not like a super fun mechanic block or something, you know. And we continue to work on other major and minor updates. So again, pretty basic update, but yeah, it's cool. That's exciting for next week. We'll get some new minor update due for release. Again, I don't build myself up on the hype train for that stuff. I just kind of play it by ear. I'm glad Tethy's auto stopped. We were pointing right at it. Okay, let's go get it. Well, I'm glad I fixed the auto stop the other day. We're pointed right at it here. But you know, it seems pretty reasonable to me. Okay, that needs to go to a pulse. You notice I can't move my thrust? That's because this is not on a pulse. So I need to put that on or push rather. That's not, I know it probably needs a pulse if it's in the micro like that. So that might need a pulse. So. All right, we're going to rotate around and we're going to get the rear winch in here. So now I have full camera access to see what I'm doing here. So we should be able to start seeing this come up on starboard right there. And then we should expect to move down from starboard to starboard monitor rear. And then central monitor rear. There it is, right there. And now we should be coming in right here. Bingo. All right, good. We're going to start coming back. And I'm just going to actually zero out that one and come in on this one here. All right, I'm going to actually come forward on this one to rotate us a little bit. Start coming back. All right, go forward on this one again. I need to rotate. Probably damn close here. All right, good. And then you can see it coming up on the starboard side here. All right, so hopefully we're... Did I stop? I don't know. I think I pressed stop, so... But definitely it's nice with the cameras. I don't have to, like, third person like a donkey. We can just do that. Can I homunculi out of this here or no? Not really. Let's see. Let's go starboard a little bit. I should have gone out on the balcony and checked it before I went downstairs. Trying to stay dry here. All right, so we're right there. Let's open up the balcony here. Let's do a twist. So let's go gentle up, gentle down. Check the twist. All right, see us rotating in. You can see the distance closing. All right, let's keep this slow rotation in, and I'll just get ready for it. We'll push the boat a little bit, but hopefully we don't tip it over. Oh, stop grabbing stuff through the door. Stop. Grab the right thing, please. All right, you see how slow I have this rotation going here? That's way. See how we can see we're rotating. So asymmetrical thrust is a beautiful thing. I need to come back on port just a hair. You know, this is when it's nice to have multi-people on here, is you can really you can kind of communicate a little bit. I'll get us in position first, and then I'll go down again. Let's go up on port just a hair. And you think about like a ship this big coming up to a boat like this, you really do not want to hit it hard. All right, there we go. Differential mass, not something to play with. That was something I remember. I said that to ATC one day at LaGuardia. They were like, you were supposed to go in front of the 7.5, and I go, we have too great of a differential mass for me to be pulling in front of the 7.5. And he goes, copy that, copy that. Because it was a much bigger airplane, and they wanted us to go in front of it. We're going to have problems here. Yeah, we're going to have problems jumping here. Let's see if I can get up on the back here. Oof, those propellers are scaring me. Okay. Let us see here. I need a little bit more. Am I still rotating? I zeroed us out, I think. Let's rotate a little. I got no clip off. Turn that on again. You'd have somebody on the stern with a radio, and you'd have somebody in the bow or in the bridge control in here. So wouldn't be doing this like this with just one person. All right, there we go. Let's zero that out now. Excuse me. Shut the door. You wouldn't be jumping off of it like a crazy person. Let's see if I can hook this, jump overboard, and then hook. I know it's a little bit of wet work here, but we'll do it. I've only got 40 meters I can go, so might run into a problem with that. Yeah, we're gonna run into problems with this. I gotta get closer. I don't want to tow it backwards either, so I'm trying to like get up to the bow here. We'll see what happens. I'm right at the edge of where I can go here. Trying to pull the ship towards. You see I'm pulling the boat towards Tethy is doing this. I'm just taking in the slack. There we go. Actively pulling us in. There we go. Those propellers are scary, the variable pitches, because I've got them. I can declutch them so they're not spinning, but at the moment they're spinning. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Ah! Terror. Terrifying. Okay. That is scary stuff, that. All this for $2,000. Oh, come on. Just walk, you jackass. Muppet. Come on, dude. Oh, you're a donkey of the highest order. There we go. If I run, he'll go with a run. Urgh! Yes! Suck friggin' cess. Thank you. I need to put winch controls down here too. I think they're on the back. We'll do it from the bridge. All right, let's go ahead and let's let out. Oh my God, is my stern winch not working? You son of a bitch! I can hear it moving. Why are we not reading the? It's moving. I'm just not reading the right cable length. Oh, I'm reading it off. I'm not reading off the winch probably. I don't know. We'll have to check it. That's probably enough. Yeah, I'm just not getting the proper reading. I probably didn't hook the right thing in. All right, let's bring this up here. How are we looking cable length-wise? I'm not paying out anymore, am I? I don't think I am. There we go. We're starting now. What are we doing here? Are we winching this in or what? So it's reading 6.3. I'm curious what it's doing. Looks a hell of a lot longer than 6.3 to me. Okay, now we're pulling. All right, we're pulling now. All right, good. We're doing. Okay. Yep, the old chum blender there. I almost got eaten by the propeller. I was getting scared going under there. Getting frightened. All right, let's get a speed on here. I'm actually gonna start pulling the port down. We need to pretty much turn 180 degrees. So I'm gonna start pulling the port back. Yeah, we'll do a good handbrake turn here. There we go. As you can see, nice handbrake turn here, getting turned around. All right, let's start advancing it up. Yeah, it's reading the winch, not the pulley. That was what I did. I put it in the wrong thing. It needs to be in the pulley. I just hooked it up wrong. Yeah, scale is tough when you're first starting. Like, you get in that beginner base, and you're like, oh, this is a big ship. And then you realize that, you know, your character is 7 tall. You need 8 or 9 to have a ceiling that doesn't feel claustrophobic. And, and they think it's this big, huge ship. And it's like, no, dude, you're barely in there, man. It's tiny. You know, so that scale's tough. You got to measure. That's a lot of people that when they start out, they don't measure. They just eyeball it. And it's like, that's a good way to get in trouble is you got to measure. And, you know, part of the problem is a lot of people have been broken by other games where they're overly simplified. And it's one of the things, it's my hypothesis why so many people cheat in Escape from Tarkov is because, like, a lot of new games, like, call it, you know, not new games, but a lot of games have, like, gone super duper, I don't even want to say easy mode, but the style of the game is they put in, like, you have constant view of your mini-map. You always know where you and your teammates are. They even have wall hacks like built into the game where you can press a button or you throw out a gadget and it wall hacks for you. And I hate that. And so a lot of people have grown up on those games where like, oh, how am I supposed to know where I am on the map without a map? You know, and so instead of learning the map like, you know, like you used to have to, they say, well, nobody can learn how to play. You know, nobody can be really playing this without a map, so everybody must be cheating. And so that's their justification for cheating is they say, oh, well, everyone else must be doing it too. And it's not the case, you know. Oh, what is that? There's a shimmer there. You know, so that's what a lot of cheats for Tarkov do is they give you a mini-map. You know, they give you a map of where everybody is, and they tell, you know, and then people be like, oh, it's too hard to be... What? Oh, this is backwards, too. I gotta fix this. You know, oh, nobody could be doing this, you know, without cheating. And so they kind of, it's a self-justification for them to justify why they're cheating is, oh, everybody must be doing it, too. And no, that's not the case. Most people are not. It's just they are, you know. Nasty scum. Yeah, but definitely, you know, it can be tough. It can be tough to scale at first, but you get used to it. Yep, thank you there, El Suntan, thus also known as the Suntan. Yep. Yeah, that's I think that was a really good thing the devs have been doing. They've been calling us out for doing videos for them, which I think is very nice of them to do. You know, I think the devs do a reasonable job of like showcasing the cool things the community does. you know, this vision that people have of the devs. One, I think they're reading into some of these things that aren't there. Like I literally, like I'll read some of the quote unquote gaslighting posts that they did blaming us for the space DLC. They were apologizing for it the entire time. All they said was like, "We got death threats. That's not cool," to paraphrase. And a lot of those people were part of the crazy jackasses who couldn't behave, and they got called out in their bullshit, and that didn't feel good. And so instead of being like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't act like a crazy jackass," they say, "Oh, the devs were blaming us for the thing." It's like, no, dude, they were blaming the people who were doing like unhinged shit for being unhinged. That's what they were doing, you know. And these guys are like all sorts of crazed about it, and it's like all they're doing is they're telling on themselves, is they're showing everyone that, yep, I was one of them that did it, you know. And so let's try to get back on the thought here. Well, like, so for example, the devs are really good at every week, and part of the community cries about this every week, but every week the devs take pictures from the vehicle showcase and they show it. And I think it's great. Every time one of my vehicles has been put in the vehicle showcase, it's a thrill. And like, let's see, we had, like, go on Tripper's Discord, you know, who else was on there? Butthole had one of his vehicles on there. So, you know, I believe was Tripper. Was it your message that? Yeah, I think it was in general. I'll just find it. But yeah, like Tripper said, "Oh, congratulations, Butthole, for getting your photo in the weekly update." That's something cool. That like, you know, hey, one of your friends or you got your picture in the weekly update. It's a cool thing. The devs, out of all the pictures on the vehicle showcase, liked my picture and put it in the weekly update. And I think that's a good, cool thing that they do as a part of community engagement. And then you got some people who every week cry and complain that, oh, they didn't credit the artwork. That's so wrong. Oh, it's like, dude, you give away all rights you have to credit when you put it on there. You're putting something out in the public. It can be used for public consumption. That's why, for example, when Alamy and all those photo sites, Photo Bucket, all those, they put their the pictures out. They put watermarks on them. They put watermarks on them so people would have to buy them, you know. And, you know, so you get these people who are like friggin' all freaked out about this. It's a nice thing they're doing. They're just picking a community member and they're showcasing what they built. It's a nice thing, and these people somehow find something wrong with it and to complain and cry about. And it's like, I just don't understand it at all. I really don't. It's like every time I've had one of mine in there, I'm always thrilled when they pick one of my pictures. I've never seen somebody who like, oh, I wish they didn't pick my picture. You know, no, it's usually somebody who didn't get their picture picked, you know, who or doesn't post anything but negative shit. So they never put on just a nice picture on the official. They're probably banned from the official, frankly. And they friggin' and then they cry about it. It's like, it's a nice thing they did. They just like, they're showing off somebody from the community. Like the devs could just take their own screenshots and recycle them over and over and over again, or put no screenshots like a lot of developers do. They just put the information down. Oh shit, I'm reeling in. You know, and instead they just pick somebody's stuff from the community and share it. And these people somehow find something to complain about with it. I just don't get it. You know, and so I think they do a good job with that. Like, just pick somebody from the community and show off their builds. I think that's really cool. They've been calling us out lately, which is nice to talk about us doing videos, which I appreciate them, you know, doing that. Yeah, I think it's a nice thing they do. You know, they're certainly not perfect in the community engagement, but they're trying. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's the most important thing. If you're trying, man, you get a lot of... You know, you get a lot of leeway with me if you're trying, because, you know, there's not much else you can do. You can try and see how people respond. That's about it. But yeah, so it's nice. They've been calling out 454. They call on me, Professor Incognito, recently. You know, I can't remember. Stormworks something else. I can't remember what the other person was they called out. Where is this? Does this mission get accomplished? I can't tell. How far in does this have to be? Let me stop, right? I gotta go grab that rope. We're probably too far. I was nice and close to it. I should have grabbed it then. Okay. Like, I don't even care about the money for the boat. It's inconsequential. So I don't want to I don't want to ground out Tethy's trying to just get $2,000. It's not worth it to me. Did I set the winch to work out here? I can't remember. Again, part of the thing was me testing to make sure that all the winch stuff's going. I care more about the testing than anything else. It's still reeling out winch here. It can't do anything because it's plugged in through here. I'll do this and then I'll leave it hooked to the pulley until I shut it off upstairs. So I don't think I put that panel in on the back. I think just the upstairs. I think just the upstairs panel's going. But yeah, so you know, I definitely appreciate them shouting out my video. You know, it was nice of them to do. They didn't have to do that. You know, so I think that was a nice thing they did. You know. The winch controls are all screwed up. I got to dick with the winch at some point, so put that on my to-do list. Yep, but it was fun to see my video up there. That was nice of them. Yeah, that makes sense, Rasmus. Yeah, like Rasmus said, he doesn't think it has to do with, you know, essentially overloading the engine, but more like extra testing. I get that, you know, makes sense. You know, Delta said something about, like, he doesn't want the game file size to grow too much, and I can get that to a certain extent, but, you know, I don't think that's a huge thing, you know. I do understand, like, they don't want to make it so that the basic specs have to go up either. I get that. I certainly would understand that. Now, personally, I well exceed it, so I could be selfish and just say, hey, crank them, you know, but I do get that sentiment of, like, you know, they don't want somebody, especially in a time where a lot of people are having financial issues, to be like, you know, oh, you need to go out and get a better PC to be able to run Stormworks. You know, I do understand that. You know, that does make some sense to me to do that and just be like, you know, we don't want to increase things too much for people to be able to do. That's why, for example, like, you know, the guy asked for the first question was, you know, are you going to make it so we can do kilometer-long ships, like multiple kilometer-long ships? And it's like, there's a reason why there's a block limit, and it's and why there's a workbench limit is, you know, because again, it doesn't look good for the game when the game's lag is hell because you XML edited your workbench and you made something that is 10 times bigger than was ever intended to go in the game. And then you get people who, again, they watch their favorite YouTuber does Sinking Ship Survival, who loads in the Titanic, and they have a potato PC that barely meets specs, and then they try to load in a Titanic that the game was never designed to operate with, and then they say they act as though they've been lied to, and it's like, you weren't lied to. You watched a person who had a good PC play with something that was not meant to be in the game, that they forced into the game, and because they have a good enough PC, they were able to run it. You don't have the good enough PC, you can't run it. You know, it's not really the game's fault, you know, that you exceeded its limitations, you know. But they don't necessarily take it that way. They think that the game's let them down. All right, so got a little tow mission done there. Yeah, I'm curious. Let me see what do we get. End of January, so 4 months off of January. So maybe May time frame. No, it's quarter, 3 months. So it'll be we're talking probably end of April, I would say, for the next major update, because they tend, I think, they run their quarters off of October. So it's October to end of January to end of April, to end of July probably, and then October, I think. It's kind of the majors timeline. Let's go to Steam DB real quick. There was some interesting stuff here. Is like going over some of the numbers on the game are kind of interesting. You know, like, again, you have that thing where you have the contingency of the people who think, like, the game is dead or dying, and so it's kind of interesting. I went through some of these numbers in response to that. I didn't even respond to the thing, but there's price history. Where is charts? So here is the active players. So like you'll see people trying to play it out as though the game has had this unprecedented downswing in people and everybody's left. Like they'll literally say these things like everybody's left since the space DLC, and like one, we don't have enough data yet. It's too early. And if you look here, you can see from May 2017 to March. March tends to be one of the lower ends of the time frame. Like for example, you go March 2018 215. You go March 2019 1833. You go March, where is it? March 2021 is 2612. March 2022 is 3172. March 2023 is 3935. And then right now, this is the problem too, is we're only 8 days into March. So you're not getting the average of the whole month. So it's actually probably better to back it up a month because we're at 2690, which looks lower, but also we're only 8 days in the month. So you don't know what's going to happen. And then if you go back to where we're at here, March. So let's go back a month because we probably have February numbers. So 3907, 5780 was a big year. I'm trying to think. Plus, part of this too, like a lot of people aren't understanding, is this was prime COVID territory right here, and a lot of people are at home. So gaming in general was on the upswing in COVID territory. So like if we look at February, so it's like just looking at the numbers without any sort of other information is not necessarily right on the money either. February was 5780 there. You have February school vacation, which will boost numbers. That's another outside factor. You have December, is a little bit lower. You have people all doing shit for the holidays. So like, for example, I was looking at my own YouTube numbers, and December is always low. And I was like, why is December low? People are all home, or a lot of people are home, and they're doing family shit. They're busy, and so they're not playing games. They're out doing family shit. And so like December, where you might think December is going to be a real banger, is not. Like October tends to be pretty heavy for this game. Like there's a September October period here. Like September really high there. October, like this was COVID area here, so you can look at the peaks. But like if we're looking at February's, 3322, 5780, 2950. So we're exceeding here this last February, which was post pressurization update, when the game was supposed to be dying, right? You have 3322. And then if you look at the, where are we at? 22, 23, where is it? Right here. 3907 to 33, a little bit low. And then you go back, you see, where are we at here? 22, 57, so like we won't be able to see any trend line for a while. It's too early to see any sort of trend. You have to look at the overall trend. If you look, the overall trend is still trending, upward. We're still right here. We haven't descended below any of the valleys of the years before. Like I would think July would be really high numbers, but it's not. July's low numbers. Right? I'd think, summertime, people are off, people are playing, but they're not. They're out doing shit outside, So it's kind of interesting going through the numbers, but I definitely think it's too early to try to divine any trends from it, Like this is the other problem is people will go like this, You see 1 week's pretty steady, 1 month steady, 3 months steady, 6 months steady, year. A little bit of a drop, but is it that much if you would look, for the previous years? 3 years looks pretty steady to me, 3 years. Like you can look at the baseline right here, right off the baseline. And then you go you see, nope, it's actually an upward trend. So like the 1 year looks like a downward trend. The all looks like an upward trend, So you kind of, 48 hours, like how useless is that? Like if a DLC came out, you'd be able to look at 48 hours and see, yep, zing, way up there, But it's just kind of interesting to go over some of the numbers, You know, like this is again the people are trying to say like the game's dead or dying. It's like it has 40,000 positive reviews and it has 4,000 negative reviews. You know, that's why it has an 89% positive review rate. You know, the 24-hour peak Twitch stats 7. I don't know what what Twitch is all about. You know, and then this is the owner estimations. Like, look at how far off these are. You have one at 600,000 people own the game, and the other one at 1.35 mil. So, like, these are off by a huge factor. This is more than double what this one is. So, like, who knows on that? You know, quite a divergence there. But it's kind of interesting to see. You know, in the last 30 days, it's down. But if we look at the yearly trends, it goes from October down, and then February goes down. I think February goes down every month. I think February is a pretty high period because we have school vacation a lot of places in the U.S. February drops, and then we get a little drop often. So, like, here's February, and it drops down to March. So this is usually a downtrend. So, like, if you use this and you're trying to say, oh, the game's dying, it's like, well, yeah, but every February to March is usually a drop. There's been one that's been an uptrend, you know? So it's like, you got to look at, like, all the data to try to get some sort of picture. And it's like, and there's no reason, there's no thing that tells you why data is changing. You know, like, for example, you know, part of it could be the economy. If the economy is depressed and you have fewer people can afford to buy new games, well, you might not get that regular influx of new players who keeps your daily player count up. You know, so for example, then you'd have to compare to general Steam trends. Are games generally trending down because of the economy? You know, so it's like, you got to be careful just pulling numbers out of your ass to justify some of these things. We can check up on some chat here. Yeah. Yeah, you know, there's going to be a lot of problems. Adding too many blocks becomes problematic in itself, and there's a bunch of reasons. And, you know, I think his rationale and his reasoning for it was sound and reasonable. And it's, again, is it, you know, is it necessary? You know, I don't think it's necessarily necessary. Would it be nice to have every window shape possible known to man? Yeah. Do I find it necessary? No. Like, some people can't build a build without XMLing every window in the friggin' thing. I tend to be like, you know what? I can't get all the windows to look exactly like I like them. I'm all right, you know? And for some people, it's incredibly important. Other people, it doesn't matter. So it's like they kind of have to pick and choose their battles with that, you know? Yeah, it gets hard. Like, even myself, like Rasmus' point, I find it hard to find blocks sometimes. Like, the search function, for example, if I type in torch, you know, sometimes it doesn't find it. If I type in weld, sometimes it does. It's like, you know, so some of the search terms can be a pain in the ass. So it's tough sometimes, you know. Yeah, like Citrus talked about when he made a stand tug. Like, you really gotta, like, one of the first things I learned doing when I build my ships is I put in I like measure every deck has to be at minimum 8 blocks. I want it at 9 blocks in general. So if I'm building a small boat, 8, something larger, 9. And then you start to see, okay, well, I really can't get that in that space. Okay, it's going to be an area where it doesn't have living quarters down below. And so you kind of have to, like, do that right off the bat, or else you're going to get into a problem where you're just like, you start running into issues where you just can't get the ship to function and look the way you want, and it's tough, you know. You kind of have to do measuring all the time, and then you can start to get a perspective of, like, this is what my character looks like, you know. Yep, it's good to have a. I'd rather have a tight nip. I wouldn't mind a tight knit group. A tight knit group either, but I'd rather have a tight knit group than have 9 million people and it's like trying to herd cats all the time, you know. That's what I'd prefer with it as well. It's better to have a tight knit group of people that work than, like, that's why, like, if somebody's causing problems, I'd rather get rid of the problem maker than than have them hang around and cause problems. You know, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it ruining the fun for the people who are just behaving themselves and doing what they're supposed to be, to have somebody who just ruins it. You know, it's not worth it. It's better to have the tight-knit group of people who just work than have some troublemakers, you know? Ha! Yeah. It's that's the thing too, is like, the other thing, I don't know if this is, the devs haven't talked about this as being part of the reason why they don't credit the photos with the person who posted them, but like, oh, we hit our waypoint. But it's also like, I don't want to be bugged about one of my builds that got put up that I have no intention of releasing, or is like nowhere near releasing, because it's like, I don't mind it when like you guys ask who are like part of the community and like have been around, like, oh, you're gonna release that build, and usually you guys know me well enough, you guys are never obnoxious about it. But like, you get some rando on like Steam who, like, they don't build anything themselves, they only ever take things out the workshop, they feel entitled to everyone else's work, and they're like, hey man, can you send me that build? Hey man, send me that build. I'm like, it's not done. I don't know if I'm gonna get it out. And they're like, oh, just send me to it as it is. And they just bug the shit out of you for it. And it's like, dude, I don't owe you anything. It's not your build. Go build your own build, And it's so I can see that as like a positive of not putting who put the picture, because like literally, I think I showed it the other week. It was insanity. Part of it was it got to the point where it was trolling, I think, where people are just doing it to be trolls. But the like, if you look at the one here with this plane, it was like every like 5 posts was somebody asking for, where's that plane? Where can I get that plane? Where can I get that plane? Where can I get the plane? Again, if you scroll up the top, you literally have Phil every week. Phil puts it, and all you have to do is go search for it, and you can find it. And it's like, people just bug the shit out of it. And now imagine the devs every week post, like, this screenshot was by this person. That person has to be like, I didn't build the plane. I built the truck. This is from Britzilla. Go look at Britzilla's thing. Well, can you send me a link? No, go look for yourself. And then they're like, well, can I have your car too? And like, no, go away. It's like, and they're like, why, man? Come on, man, just give it to me, man. And it's like, oh my God, like, imagine that. Like, that's another reason why I'm kind of glad they don't credit, is like, because often those people are lazy, and they're not gonna they're not gonna do the work to build it. They're certainly not gonna do the work to go search for it. And so it's kind of like, give them a dead end where they can just like stew. And it's like, the people who like actually want the build will go do the research and go look for the build, and they'll look in your workshop page and be like, oh, it's not released. Okay, I'll just wait. I'll save them as a favorite creator, and maybe sometime in the future they'll release it, or they'll send you a reasonable message like, hey man, do you plan on releasing that build? I'm like, I don't know, man, or maybe, or like, oh yeah, it's gonna be out in a week. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I subscribe to you, so I should see it if it comes up. Thanks, man. Like, that's a good interaction. Like, some people just, they feel entitled to your work, and it's like, no, you're entitled to your work. And if somebody puts it out, that's a nice thing they did. Just, say thank you and move on, But, it can be very stressful and frustrating. So that's actually something I hadn't thought about before, is that's actually kind of a nice thing with them not putting the name of the person who posted the screenshot, because it's like, every week you see people get the shit bugged out of them for their builds, and it's like, they're like, I was just trying to share a cool photo on Vehicle Showcase, and now I'm getting bugged about it, So it can kind of suck. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you like the lighting, yeah. Yeah, I pretty much, when I go on the official Discord, all I do is look at the Vehicle Showcase, Yeah, the Debbie Downers are annoying. I've been trying to stay off Reddit myself, but it's like, there are still some good people on there that I like that I don't see in any other forums. So that's why I kind of like don't like to completely put it in the rear view. And it's and then there are people legitimately looking for help. And so you imagine if you go on Reddit looking for help, and then everybody's a bunch of haters. And now you're like, oh, I guess the game's dying. I'll just, shit, I lost my money. I'll just quit, And that sucks, because it's a game they could really enjoy. And instead of, go and and they don't know where to go to actually find people who are going to help them. And so like sometimes I'll post like, just go to my Discord and ask for help there. There are people who'll be happy to help you there, and then they become a good member of the community. But it's like, the Debbie Downers ruin Reddit, and they make it. The problem is it becomes an echo chamber where the place you go to be negative is Reddit. Why? Because other places have standards. Like, if you come on my Discord and you're a jerk, you're gone. If you go on the official Discord and you break their rules, you're gone. If you go on Reddit, the mods do nothing. And so, you go on Reddit and you can be a shitbird and you never get booted, and so the problem is you'll get a new player. They're like, oh, I don't know much about this game. I don't know if the wiki's any good. I don't know any of the Discords. There's no place where the Discords are published. And so they go on Reddit, and then it's shitbird alley there. And then they're like, oh, I guess the game's dying and the game sucks and nothing works. So I guess I'll just stop playing, And so that's one of the reasons I go in there. I'm like, because you can quickly be like, oh, just head to my Discord or head to the official Discord, or here's a video that will tell you what you need to learn, and then they can get the fuck away from Discord or Reddit rather, But it's tough, Yeah, some of them were. I'm glad some people left too. It's like, again, if you're not enjoying a game, leave. Be done with it. You don't have to hang around. You don't have to keep playing a game if you're not enjoying it. And frankly, sometimes it's better for the community if a person who's not enjoying it just leaves. It's like, you don't like that. Imagine if you were doing a hobby in real life and somebody's like, let's say it was Magic the Gathering, right? And every week you used to go to this card store and play Magic the Gathering, and somebody hates Magic the Gathering now. They used to play it and love it and have a good time. Now they hate Magic the Gathering. So you got this miserable prick sitting there who's just like, this game sucks, man. This is no fun. Why am I even playing this game? This game blows. Magic sucks, right? Imagine like the people who still like Magic are trying to play a game, and they got this jerk with them who just keeps saying all this shit. Like, how long are they going to be like, dude, just leave, right? And they're going to get booted. And the owner of the store is probably going to be like, dude, get out of here. If you don't like Magic, leave. It's a Magic store. Screw. And that's what happens in the real world, is people tell you to shut the fuck up, and they tell you, what is this cable I have back here? See this cable? What is this? What the fuck is that? I don't know. Oh, it's the belly. I thought I disconnected it. Okay, whatever. In real life, they tell you to leave, and it's kind of funny. It's like a bunch of those people on Reddit who think that they're entitled to be on, somewhere, is they'll get told by, if it was a real brick and mortar business in real life, they would have gotten told to leave a long time ago. And because it's Reddit, or it's the internet, or it's Steam, they don't get told to leave. And they don't get booted. That's what happens when you get booted from the official Discord, is you're ranting in their store. And they're telling you, leave. And that's it. And it's perfectly natural, it's perfectly normal in real life to be asked to leave a store if you're being a jerk. But for some reason, people think that, oh, because it's online, I can act like a jerk and there's no consequence. And that's just not true. It's the same consequence in real life. You act like a jerk in a store, you get asked to leave. And the same thing happens here. You act like a jerk on Steam. Well, that's acting like a jerk in the store. You're going to get asked to leave, And they act as though some of their rights have been trampled. It's like, no, you were being a jerk. They told you to leave. Let me see. That feeling when your fuel tank is made out of multiple wedges, hold the exact number. I just got my tank nice. Yeah, the release Triton crew. Steam doesn't work. Oh, thanks, Thor G. I'm glad you found them both helpful. Yep. Appreciate that. Yeah, I like it when people, find the tutorials helpful. That's the main thing for me. Is that's the main thing I get out of the tutorials. Is if I can help somebody, I'm happy. So I'm glad that helped you out. Yeah, my Yelp review will bring this place to its knees. Like, I went to my favorite pizza place by my house, got pizza today, and I read a 1-star review, and I laughed at it, and it was like, a lot of people just ignore that shit, man. It's like, you know, when do you post a review of something? When it was really, 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 really good, and when it was really bad for you. And so, like, most people are not going to post a review. So somebody who likes this game, like, I took me forever to post a review. You know when I posted my review of the game was when all the shitbirds were, like, crying after pressurization. That's when I posted my review. Because I was like, you know, and a ton of other community members were so disgusted by the behavior of that very small number of people. They went out and they posted their review, and they started actually posting on Steam again, which they had been reading the weekly updates, but not delving into the garbage pile of the comments. And you noticed after, like, the big community turn there, after, like, all the shitbirds were like doing death threats and trying to get, like, they were trying to recruit people for a review bomb and all sorts of other counterproductive silly bullshit. A bunch of the community who were just silent and just quietly played the game and enjoyed it came out, reviewed the game. They started getting in the comments and they started like, if you don't like the game, leave. You know, like, hey devs, you know, I don't like how the update came out, but thanks for continuing to work on it. You know, and you saw that the people in the community were usually just quietly playing came out and started talking, and it was a good thing to kind of counteract that quiet that loud minority who often pretend they're some sort of majority, you know. I don't know what it's doing. I have no clue what it's doing. It is, when I'm off of the handle, it's supposed to go to 0 and the brakes are supposed to go on. I just fixed that earlier today, I think. And so it's supposed to not be doing this anymore. I don't know why it keeps doing it. I have to look at it. Let's give it a look real quick. So see the brakes are on? The brakes are on this bad John, and it's still doing this shit. So I don't know why it's doing it. Let me see what this one's doing. Yep, the brakes are on that one too. So I don't know why it's extending. I'm going to have to put a lock block on the end. Because all the brakes are on the gripper. It just, for some reason, when we're underway, it acts like there's no control to do it. Because if I'm off of this handle, it's supposed to lock up all the brakes, and it is still not braking. So what I might do is turn one. I don't know, I'll probably put a lock on the back there, so that it locks in. Because I've tried a bunch of times to fix that. It's being friggin' annoying. Being annoying. The YouTube algorithm was kicking me in the ass yesterday. I put out a bunch of Tarkov shorts one day, and they all got great views. And then I put out some more ones the next day, and they got like sub 100 views. I was like, what the hell? And then so sometimes I'll duplicate them to see if it's just a bad algorithm, if something's wrong with the algorithm. And so I did the duplicates, and they got 0 views. So it was like the algorithm completely shut it down. So it's like some sort of like something's up with the algorithm, that it's just like it's pissing on the videos for some reason. I don't know what's going on. So the algorithm is sometimes just an absolute black box where you have no clue what it's doing. Because it was absolutely shitting on all my Tarkov videos the other day. And like the exact same video on TikTok was doing really well. So it's like, that's like one thing that I always get afraid of for like new people trying to put out content, is like they'll get scared off by like the algorithm screws them and they don't know better to just like kind of go with the flow and just post something new later. I think that's where most people started, was that Steam piston tutorial. That's my #1 video. Yep. Steam piston tutorial was my #1 video. It was a really popular video. Yeah, but the crane has erectile function, so I don't know why it's doing this. So what I'll do is I'll put a locking block so it comes back and slides back and it locks in this housing here. Because I've tried a bunch of stuff and it just wants to misbehave. It's quite annoying, actually. Because every one of the brakes are on. You know what's weird, though? You know what I bet it is? I might have figured it out. I think it just doesn't have enough grippers on the top. Because if you look, notice the third segment's not coming out. So the third segment has brakes all the way along here. This only has one brake to lock out segment 2. So I might add a second brake on segment 2 and see if that does it. Because hopefully that will do it and we'll be good. You know, just with 2 brakes, that might do it. Max speed of Tethys, I think we're like doing 27 knots now, yeah. 28 knots. 27, 28 knots. It's geared for towing, so it's also that's still a pretty fast speed too for a ship this size. Like Triton goes 19 knots. This goes 28. You know, it's kind of it's on purpose that it goes the speed that it gives you a reason to use the parasite craft. Like that little oh shit, we're on infinite fuel too. I don't mean to be on infinite fuel. I just remember that. That was for the skiff. But yeah, like that gives you a reason to use the skiff. The skiff goes 40 miles an hour or 40 knots. So you know, it goes another 13 knots faster than this does. So if this went too fast, there'd be no point, or you'd have to have a super fast rescue boat to even make sense. So with this, you know, this ship goes 28 knots. That one goes 40 knots. So I can go out, do a rescue, come back, and catch up. So if it went too fast, I wouldn't be able to catch up. So that's like, I think Remora does like 60 knots, 70 knots almost. And Triton does 19. So I can go out in Remora, come back. But the cool thing with Remora is Remora can launch while Triton's moving and can recover while Triton's moving. This boat here, I have to actively do it. I might be able to, if I put a rope anchor right here, I might be able to come up and tie off, because that's what I do with Remora. Is it comes up and it connects, and then it pulls it on board. So, but I kind of like the idea of doing a signal stop where it tells it to stop. So we're coming up to this island right here. So I'm gonna cut in. Yeah, Remora does about 70 knots, I think. Yeah, so I try to put in some limitations for some of those balancing reasons, kind of balance it out a little bit. Let's see where we're at here. Yeah, this one didn't cancel. It's right there, but it never got close enough. Let's try to get a rescue here once we made our turn. I just want to make sure we're not going to hit anything. We're clearing that island now. I need to put a horn on this too. Let's put that on the to-do list. Let's see. I got to put some Tethy stuff in here. So let's see. Living quarters, fix green paint. Fix green paint. Okay, let's see. Bridge. Do we have winches anywhere? No, put it on the bridge because that's where the control panel is for it. On the bridge, we want to fix winch length to pulley. All right, that should fix that. What else do we need to do on this? Autopilot, we want to do AP stop to push. I think it's currently on toggle. I want it on push. Looking for loot crates here. You know, we're doing really good on money until I'm like, oh, I want to go buy an island. And then you're like, oh, I have no money. I might try to look into, I was talking before about maybe trying to do some multiplayer mining. Probably start with coal, or could do metals, I don't know. figure something out. I got to check all my vehicles, but that's like a good project for me to check up all my vehicles, make sure we have vehicles that I can spawn that will work. You know, that's all good thing there. Let's see. Let's catch up here. What's she at? It's because of your PC, I would say. Yeah. Yeah. Like I have here, let's like look at my numbers here. So let's F1, I'm running at 77 FPS on my total performance. Let's see. It's kind of hard to see what it's saying up there on GPU. Physics for the game, I'm running 50. Let's do Alt-R. Probably can't see Alt-R. I have to... We'll see if it comes up on the overlay. So, like, we've got CPU utilization, I'm at 43%, and GPU, I'm at 62. I'm running stormworks, OBS, about friggin' 12 Chrome windows, Paint, Discord, Steam. You know, so that's what I'm running here. Let's do Control-Shift-Escape here. Task manager here, so like you can see where everything's going. So like CPU is stormworks at 40% of my CPU. You know, everything else is negligible. Memory, Chrome is eating up the most memory, followed by stormworks. Got a lot of Chrome tabs open. Where are we at? GPU. GPU is running about 50%, it looks like. Let me look. Yeah, about 65. Yeah, about 50%, 65 Celsius. So about 50% on GPU utilization. CPU, I'm around, showing around 50%. So that's what you have to do to see if it's your PC or not. Go through there, go through each item, see if anything's capped out. Like, one of the worst things is DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci is a good editing program, but the way they get paid is if you have the free version of DaVinci, it uses your CPU. If you have the paid version, it uses your CPU and your GPU. And so the problem is when I do big changes in DaVinci, you have to wait like 10 seconds at least because it goes to 100% CPU utilization. So eventually I'll probably buy the upscale DaVinci. It's like $300, but that will put more pressure on my GPU. So you kind of have to look at your stuff here and see where you're at. Like if your memory is at 90% all the time, well, as soon as you hit 100%, or I'm sorry, your CPU, as soon as you hit 100% of your CPU, you're going to get massive slowdowns. You know, same thing with your GPU. If your GPU is at 90%, it tags 100, bingo, massive slowdowns. You know, with me being at 50-50, you know, the likelihood that I spike out and cause a big slowdown is pretty slim because, like, I can run Tarkov and stormworks at the same time. I usually run both of them when I'm playing Tarkov, and I don't have any problems, you know. But if you have less of a PC, you can't do it, you know. And then this is the other one that I think a lot of people aren't checking when they're playing. They're not checking any of their internet information when they're playing a multiplayer. You know, they're not checking if they're spiking out. They're not checking their speed test. They're not checking any of that stuff, so they don't know what their PC is doing with that. What is this? You know, so it's important to kind of check these things out and see where you're at because you can see how much you're utilizing on each one and where your deficits are. But yeah, it's usually like a lot of it is, you know, it's funny. They were literally talking on Reddit today. They're like, you know, my game's so laggy, and they're like, yeah, trash game, or they're like, yeah, the devs never optimized, or it's like, you know, none of them consider, well, maybe my PC is garbage, you know, and so that often happens, you know. Like I've got some really expensive stuff in here for resources. Like I have, you know, 8 monitors lit up 9 monitors lit up right now. 10 monitors lit up right now. All of this shit going. This has a ton of logic on it, but I have the PC to run it, you know. So you kind of that's where a lot of people they kind of again they want to blame the game because they don't want to have to go buy a new PC because it's expensive, but they want the game to make it so that it runs on their PC, which isn't going to happen, you know. So what's the crane doing? I just noticed that on the camera. What is the crane doing? What are you doing, sir or madam? Interesting. So I should be able to put a... No, I don't. I think it's right there. That's interesting, what it's doing. Yeah, so I got to look at what the crane's doing there. Make sure it's getting a lockout number. Here, let's do this too. Oh, shit. I forgot I was no-clipped at the time. Down, sleeping with the fishes here. Let's check the linear on here. It's hard to find it. Now it's going in. What the fuck is it doing? I was trying to see. It's hard to find. The linear tracks are like right here. It's hard to find it. I was going to see what the linear tracks do. I want to make sure the numbers aren't going wonky woo. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. I got to look at it. That's let me make sure that's on the to-do list as well. Let us check the to-do list. Should have one for crane. No, I don't have a crane one. There's, yeah, right there. Check on crane extension and retraction while moving. Okay, we'll check on that, see why that's doing its weird bullshits. That green paint upsets me. Alright, let's check, make sure no clips back off. Try to go take a nap. We're kind of on a course here. Alright, let's see where that is. Okay, right there. Cruiser boat, radio for help, 5. Okay, we can do that one here. So let's go up. Quickly stop us, and we'll go quickly use the facilities. I'll be right back. Cat stole my seat. That's not good. All right, let's go ahead and we'll jump off in the rescue ski off, and we'll do this. I'll put that on the to-do list too as well. We'll add the stop function. So the radio stop function will be kind of cool to add. I need to hook up this camera. That needs to go on the list. Let's put a couple things on the list. Let's see. Let's see. Do rescue skiff. All right, let's do auto stop or command stop. And we'll connect camera. This camera here is not functional at the moment, so. If you have a rope on me, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? Too easy to have a rope on me. Probably don't need all our deck lighting on, but it is on. What is the 5? All right, let's put this up. Ah! Death, 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 death. Broken ankles all around. That's broken ankle tax when I fall down the hold. There's a little bit on the scary side here where I have it. Put the elevator down. Close that. All right, good. Cat's offended that I'm sitting on him, but he's in my chair, so. Like, you chose to sit in my chair, sir. Wasn't the other way around. I didn't sit in your bed. Oh, Christ. I have the refueling capability. I didn't refuel it. Shit. We're going to go... No, we're not going to go in for the fuel. Let's see if I can hook this up. Remember, I put the refueling capability in here. Damn it. I should have refueled this. Crap. Let me see if I can do it really quickly. Let me see if I can do it really quickly. I meant to refuel this. I forgot that I put this in yesterday or last week or sometime in this period of life. See if I can see how I have to do this. So this works now, or theoretically works. We on? Yeah, this pump now should work. Hey, look at that! It worked. Shocker. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it, please. Don't do it. Don't fall off like a jackass. Just please. Love of all that's holy. What is that in the water? A fish. Thought it was a fish, and then it looked like a small crocodile for a second. I'm like, we don't need crocodile business here. Damn it. All right. I really should just not be lazy and drag it back up. But all right, let's just do this. I'm going to no-clip around because I'm not jumping up and down this hold 90 times here. Okay. So I put in pumps, so we should be able to fill these things from the from inside. So all I have to do is raise it up, and then we'll be good. Okay. Why can't I raise this up? What is it doing? Why won't it let me raise the crane up? There it is. Okay. All right, there we go. Let's grab this. Okay. Put a little juicy juice in this sucker here. There we go. Let's fill that up with juice. Good. All right, so we're filling up with diesel now. That was good that got added, or else I'd have to roll around with infinite fuel on. Take a look at build help. Let me catch up with chat real quick and I'll look at that. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't care who pays the bills. Still thinks he's in charge. Build help. Anyone know why this seals? Let's see. Looks like you have a door frame all the way around it, though, right? That was the whole thing with what the hell they call it? I can't remember the name of them. Moon pools, right? That's how they made moon pools work, was with door frames. Oh, but not that. I can't tell the difference from your pictures there. All right, we're filled. All right, good. So now we actually have diesel in there. Good. I think it's breaking it, though. Is that what it's doing? Is it breaking like the integrity of the area? I don't know. I have to look at it. Just do like a mock-up and post it, and I'll look at it. Just do a small mock-up and share the workshop link. All right, we have fuel now. Make sure infinite fuel's off. It is. Okay. So like what I'll be able to do is we'll add the functionality, so I should be able to push a button and it will let Tethys continue on her way, and then you know, I should be able to press the button and it will stop Tethys temporarily. All right, so we'll be there in 6 minutes. Yeah, we're going 46 knots with this boat. So, like, that's, you know, Tethys to 28, so I can easily catch up with this. Oh, I see the red wedges in the corner. Red wedges. Red wedges. I don't think you could have something one block above it, though. I think that's what it's doing. That's probably how it's passing water through. I don't know. Could, like, be breaking the integrity of where it seals. I don't know. Have to kind of test it and see what it's doing. All right, let's see where we're at here. $5 minutes remaining left in the period. This is a good rescue boat. This came out really well. It's fast, holds 8 people. You know, pretty good in the weather. Of course, you know, it gets a little bit swamped, but now we have 2 pumps to pump out the water, so that helps. It was kind of cool getting that new hybrid going, too. The new hybrid's kind of neat. I'll quickly bring up the bug tracker. We'll see if there's any new supposed bugs. I need squashy. Check that real quick. Okay, good. Snapper, huh? Okay, vehicle's not sinking. It made a new post instead of adding to all the other posts. Yeah, this is why they talk about they put people low priority when they do duplicates. Is it's like could have gone to like the 900 other posts for vehicle sinking issues and not wasted people's time with having to do that. You know. Okay, that's not even. I don't know what that means. It's complainer day on the bug tracker. This game has become the opposite of why I bought this game. Interesting. Well, guess what? Doesn't sound like it's for you. Go play something else. Yep, again, another sinking ship fanatic. Yep, Komodo. Yep. So let's see. Again, this is like they talked about that some people had problems with, you know, oh my God, they're putting me on low priority. How dare they put me on low priority? And again, here you have vehicles not sinking. Okay, a new post, not searching. Sinking ships, not searching. What is this one? This says stormworks. Like, why would you call your post stormworks? Like, okay. No sound, space monsters. Okay. Pivot, fizz. That was me asking if that was yes. Not too many have been on there. Okay, so like, just search for sinking. Look. That's all you have to do. Search for sinking. Please fix ship sinking. Like literally, you just have to search. All right, so go search and then just add. So like this one has 4 comments. No, that's wheel sinking. Like that's why they put people on low priorities. It's like you just see they just added new posts that waste developer time. They have to go in there and they have to go look for this shit when they could go search, and then they could go to the closed and search. Let's see if sinking is in. I don't know if it searches independently. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do an independent search. It does a overall search, but they can go in there and they can actually look at the one. But it's just like, and they wonder why like posts will get put on low priority. It's because like literally you didn't even like they didn't even go and search for anything. What is this one about? Yeah, like the talking about not even the right game. You know, it's like if we look at mine, I've had a bunch of issues that are absolutely bullshit, and every single one of them has been low priority. This one here, this one was my fault. And I came back and I said, yep, it was, you can close it, thanks. It was my fault. Okay? So that one was low priority. It was bullshit. That was my fault. This was a useless post to me. So, again, this is another useless one. A great game crashes when returning vehicle workshop bench. That was a useless post by me. And they asked me a question, and I didn't answer, and so they closed it. perfect sense that that one's low priority, right? Let's see. This one was a duplicate. Set as duplicate right here. I didn't search. My fault. Forest fires. So they say there are random forest fires already, but I don't think there are. I still don't think there are unless there are meteors on. And so I don't necessarily agree with that, but again, that's their intended thing, is that you have meteors on. I don't want them on, but this one was, I don't think this is useless, but this one is, it's a feature request, and if they don't agree with it, then, you know, it is what it is. Let me see, we just stopped. There it is. Oh, just close. All right, let's go ahead and get missioning. But yeah, that's like a bunch of people getting butthurt when their stuff gets put on low priority. It's like, I've yet to find one of mine that is high priority. I've yet to find one of mine that is, hey, this is a bug. This is when it happens. Here's a video of it. Here's my game save file. Here's how to reproduce this bug, you know, and be the first person to put it up without it being a duplicate. I don't have any of those, and it's like that's why they just low priority. A lot of them is they are in fact low priority. You know, it wastes their time. I've wasted their time with most of my posts. You know, especially my bugs. Like half the bugs I posted are not, like, some of them were my mistakes early on, you know. All right, let's grab the Fire X. Always have something on me. Jump, you scum. Jump, you scum. There we go. Oh, come on, dude. Why am I getting this hurt? Fucking hell, I'm gonna die if I'm not careful here. This is a banger of a rescue, huh? Really need a fire suit on this one. Yay! Okay. Just death everywhere. Death everywhere. I don't think I have enough defib for all this bullshit. Stick you in there, please. If you, oh, what the fuck is going on with that? What is going on with that? Something was grabbed the side of me. I got glitched in when I put her in the seat. It like pushed me through the wall. I'm gonna be careful of that. Okay. Then I need health kits. What is going on here? Close that up. Problem is I took on a little water, so now it's probably gonna sit lower. So I shut the hatch. The bilge will automatically pump it out. This is a bad boat design. I can't use the normal mechanics to get up. Crossing your arms and he looks disgusted with me. I literally rescued you and saved your life. You're gonna be disgusted with me, sire? Don't jump over the boat. Just jump up once. Can't see anything. There we go. A very strange boat. Overly pointy. And it's super hard to get up on. Not that hard to get up on down off of it, but it's not ideal. Let's zap you and give you that. Should last hopefully till I get back. There are like 6 people. Don't jump over the boat, please. Just jump up once, please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Stop jumping over, you jackass. Oh my god, if he does it again, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Right. Missing one, maybe? I can't tell. I gotta count them when I get back. Yeah, this boat's weird to get up on down off of. There's another one right there. Johnny laying down on the job. Might be people inside, too. I think there's quite a few in here that need to be rescued. Oh, my God. Stop jumping over. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Act like you have a spine. One of us has to have a spine that works. Let's see. Okay. That's my spine. Does not work very well. Come on. Jump. Scum. Jump, 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 jump. There we go. I think I said 6, so it might have one underneath too. I gotta count them up. But that's my last reser, so if there is somebody, see you later. I don't think I have dual resers here. I don't think this, I thought this boat did have an under section. I can't remember. No, engine's there. No, I don't think that does. Boat's a little weird. It's an old boat, I think. Alright, I'm content with who we have. Let's go. Right. Count them off when I get in here. So what do we got? 3, 5, 5. Let's check the 5. Alright, we got everything. Gorgeous. Let's get out of here. Look at that big oversized thing. Alright, let's find, I think we go past Tethys, we'll go right to the hospital. All right, nice. So we'll let that go. Rescuing people with care. Why would I do that? I won't say it's Komodo's fault. Hey, Turtle Man, how are you? I think I think all gameplay method, all types of gameplay are valid. The issue is that doesn't mean that's what a game is designed for, though. For example, let's see if I can find Felony 1179. All right, there was this game, Felony 1179, that I used to play the shit out of when I was a kid. And so it was a PlayStation original game. Came out in '97. It's a racing adventure game, right? And it was like mainly you're supposed to do missions, and I wanted to just drive around. Let's see. And so I would play the game in an in a way that was not intended. I would play the game by just driving around, because I like to drive around. And so it was not the intended gameplay. So it'd be like if I was like, hey guys, you should just get rid of all these like guys with guns and like all this and just turn it into like a driving sim. And it's like, imagine if I said that, like, that's not what the game's about. I was playing it in an off-labeled use essentially. And, and I still enjoyed it, but it would be silly of me to have an expectation that the game would completely change to suit my off-label use. And as cool as like the ability for ships to sink, that is not the basis of what the game is. The game isn't a sink and ship game. The game is an engineering and building game. And yes, it's cool when ships can sink in a certain way, but people also wanted moon pools, so they have to try to pick and choose, and they had to make some concessions with sinking to get moon pools to work right, you know. And I don't play YouTube video. You know, I don't. I don't know what the right balance is, and I would love it if they could do both. But like some of those singing ship people need to understand that that was not necessarily the intended thing to do with this game. Is to just go on to the workshop, use somebody else's work, which is fine, but that's not, you know, part of it is you're supposed to be, you know, you're not supposed to be building yourself, but that's what the game is. It's a building game. And so you're essentially saying, oh, I don't do what this game is about, building. I want to go, I want to rely on other people's building. And the problem then becomes, like, a lot of those same people will complain then that, oh, none of my favorite builds in the workshop are working. Well, fix them. Like, literally somebody said that the other day, and I was like, well, fix the build. And they're like, well, I don't know how to build. And I put, well, it's a good time to learn, you know, and it's true. That's what this game is a building engineering game. And if that dude would just learn how to build, he could build whatever he wanted, you know. And so, yeah, you do get a lot of those people, but it's, again, you know, it's kind of unreasonable of them to ask the game to completely change what it's supposed to be to suit them. You know, it's just, they're playing kind of an off-labeled use. The problem is you had some very popular YouTubers who, that's the way they would play the game, as kind of an off-label use, and then, you know, a lot of people think that's what the game's supposed to be like, but it's not, you know. And we can tell what the game's supposed to be like by how the devs make it, you know. When the devs make a decision to change one feature at the cost of another, that's because that's what the game is supposed to be like. That's what they want the game to be like. And at the end of the day, it is their game. They can build it however they want, you know. And that's where a lot of these people, they don't understand, is like, this is their game. They're going to build it how they want it to be. And if they move away from your style of gameplay, that means that you're playing an off-labeled use. That was like with Tarkov. You know, Tarkov, you got a bunch of people from Call of Duty who were trying to play Tarkov like Call of Duty, and the devs kept making changes to try to restrict that Call of Duty playstyle, because you had a bunch of people coming in W keying all day long who didn't care about surviving, and it's supposed to be a survival game. You know, you're supposed to escape from Tarkov. You're supposed to survive and get out. And a lot of these people were playing it like it was Call of Duty, and they kept adding new patches that would restrict that more and more. And you had people like, oh my God, the game's going to die, the game's going to die. No, it's the people who were playing the game not the way it was intended to, got fed up and left. And then the people who are playing as it intended to stayed, which is good because that's what the devs want to make the game to be like, you know. So sometimes it's not a terrible thing to lose certain people because, frankly, they're not the desired audience, right? You know, it's like if somebody who, you know, only likes romantic comedies comes in and watches a slasher film, they're going to be like, oh, this slasher film would be better if there was some romance and if there was no gore and there were no knives and it was just like a nice love story, right? And you'd be like, well, this is a slasher film, so maybe it's not the film for you. Maybe you should go watch a romantic comedy. You know, and that's kind of the way I think of this. Is it's like some of those people are coming into this game wanting it to be something that it was never intended to be, and not what the devs want it to be. Which again, you know, like it or not, the devs get to craft their game. Like, you know, Star Citizen has left me. They're making the game far too casual for what I would have liked. They're not focusing on proper ship simulation, and so guess what? It's not the game for me. You know, I think they sold me some bullshit, but they sold me on lies for that game particularly. But you know, that's what they want the game to be, and so I can either play it or not. You know. I'm doing all right there, Turtleman. No, 7 minutes. Surprised I haven't seen Tethies yet. This thing looks slow too, but we're going a good 40 knots, you know. Dare I check on these demons? No, they all look pretty good actually. They look like they're healed. They got some health on them. You know, and a lot of the changes post-pressurization weren't that weren't that onerous to learn, you know. And many of us put out tutorials for that very reason, is to help make it more approachable for people. But it's also, you do get some intersections of sometimes those people who want the quick and easy gameplay are the same people who, if you ask them to watch a tutorial more than 5 minutes long, feel like they wasted half their life. Why am I out of fuel? Am I out of fuel? There's no way. I have a ton of fuel in this thing. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on that. I will have to keep an eye on that. Let's put that on the notes. The other thing, too, is I filled this up. I don't have an air burp on this, so there's no way to get the air out, so I need to add an air burp. So I bet I probably hit 60 PSI, or 60 atmospheres. So I need to put an air relief on this. Fuel, air vent. Like right there, I just diagnosed my problem in 2 seconds, you know. But that's because I took the time to learn how the systems work. There's Tethy's off to the starboard. But, you know, I took the time to learn the mechanics, where some of those people, they don't take the time to learn the mechanics, and then they expect, you know, the game to come to them where they actually need to go to the game. See, we're going 70 knots because of infinite fuel. That's why it's not good to test with infinite fuel. Like, you're not going to get anywhere near that performance. So what likely happened was the tanks spawned full of gas with no fuel in them because we had no fuel left in the base. And then I pushed as much fuel as I could, but we hit 60 atmospheres, so I didn't have that much fuel in the tanks. And if I had an air vent, I would have kept being able to put more air in my put more fuel in my tanks because the air would get pushed out. So I need to add that on there. So that's on the to-do list. There's Tethy's. You know, and, you know, a lot of those people will complain that, oh, the devs are ignoring us. Yes, they should be. Again, you're trying to play a game that is not the game that this is. And they should be ignoring that. They should have a vision. They should follow the vision. And let the people who, you know, want to play that vision come and play. And let the people who want to play a separate vision go play something else. You know, and as much as that sucks sometimes to realize the game isn't for you and you've already bought it, it happens to everybody. You know, it's like just... You know, it's not right for you to try to craft the game to be, you know, something that it was never intended to be, you know. And that's like, you know, when Delta shut down my idea for transport. Okay. Do I think it sucks? Yeah. But am I going to cry about it all day? No. Right. Look at that lovely sunset as we go in. Oh, it'd be nice if I get off this character so I can get rid of that. Do that. The byproduct of running infinite fuel is we get there quicker. Yeah, 2024, people don't learn anything. Yeah, unfortunately. There's somebody who, you know, is on Steam that I have blocked, that they don't search for anything on their own. They don't test out anything on their own. Whenever, like, they have any sort of, when they're not sure of something, they always just go and ask. Like, you know, they just, like, go put on a thread. And it's like, literally, like, they could go in the game and check the options. And so I was like, go check the options. You know, it's in the options. And they're like, oh, well, does it do this? I'm like, go test it out. It's like, go in there, click the option, see what happens. It's like, why am I doing all your busy work for you? I'm not, you know, I don't work for you. Just, I'm trying to help you out. Go check the options, you know. A lovely sunset. Let's check the Discord a little, see what's going on there. Cool builds people are having. There are a couple that lose a little bit of pointage on some of the Spirit Challenge, but most of the builds are now within line of what the challenge is supposed to be about. Yeah, I'm not bending on the less than 1,000, less than 10,000 anymore. See, I wish I had put in some more restrictions on this ultralight thing. I think that would have potentially helped people realize what the hell this challenge was supposed to be about. I should have put on a 3-cylinder max engine size, and I should have put on a 1 small tank. That helicopter's going to crash. No, it recovered. Should have put a 1 small fuel tank, fuel max on there. Like, people are building, like, crafts that can go around the map 5 times. Like, you're going to lose points on that, probably. You know, it's, again, supposed to be an ultralight challenge. You know, it's ultralight, small, tiny little airplane. You know, not going to be a ton of points, but, like, again, the ones that are going to win as far, you know, likely are going to be the ones that work and are ultralights. Now, if I get some that aren't really ultralights, they're going to lose some spirit, you know, as they should. You know, it's not what the challenge is supposed to be. You know, most people have them pretty well in line, but there are some that are, like, just trying to go for, like, the max range they can get. And it's like, that is not what an ultralight is supposed to be. Ultralight is supposed to be go around your farm field and go take a jaunt around your farm field. It's not, you know, a big transport. You know, this wasn't a build a general aviation aircraft. This was build an ultralight. You know, so if you're hitting the mass limit, you're gonna be toward the end of what I think is an ultralight. You know, the cost is all right. The cost doesn't bother me too much, but you're starting to, like, get right on the mass limit. You know, it's starting to push the ultralight. You know, especially if you're doing it at the expense of fuel. It's like you should cut fuel and get the mass down. You know, it's supposed to be light. It's supposed to be small. That's its job. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I put pictures of what you know, some guidance on the builds, you know. And if the build starts not looking like what the pictures are, you kind of realize, maybe I'm not, you know, building what the spirit of the challenge is. Do I dock? I'm trying to think. I don't want to get bashed here. Vehicle damage is on. Can I get these people out and not have them act like a fool? Let's see. Let's see if these people can not act like fools. Oh, come on, jackass. Get up there, yes, sir. Wind blowing me to the wind is blowing me pretty considerably. There we go. Get them all out. Throw them all in the drink and on the top and everything else. Yeah, part of the problem with the challenges, too, is I can never make enough restrictions to get it where it's supposed to be, either. Because it gets too nitpicky, and then everybody tries to... Oh, shit, there's a shark there. I thought I had sharks off. Do I not have sharks off? Apparently not. I just saw a shark, so... It's actually the first shark I've ever been real close to, I think, in game. Any of you have been eaten? Okay, that's... Yeah, nobody got eaten, so that's kind of good. That's kind of good. Go get this last Johnny here. Or Susie, I don't know. Hi, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. If you could just, like, step into the drink, like, 2 feet there, would be great. Thanks, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's like... That would have been, if I would have, like, redone the rules, I would have done 3-cylinder max, 1 small fuel tank. Because, You know, the people who are like way overfueling their builds are gonna probably lose out on some Spirit of the Challenge. It's like, because they're just making big monstrosities, and it's like that's kind of. It's supposed to be small. It's supposed to be light, ultra light. You know, so you know you can lose a couple points in Spirit of the Challenge as long as you're making them up somewhere else, but. You know, somebody who doesn't lose any points really anywhere is going to be top of the heap, you know? Ah, the rest of them didn't follow me at all, you jackasses. Jackasses. I might throw you into the sharks. Where are they? They're all at the bottom of the ladder? What a bunch of friggin' idiots. Come on. Come on. I had more of you. What's that shark doing? I'm gonna feed one of these people that shark if you guys keep being total morons. Yeah, like I think most people are on the money with the ultralights. Just like, yeah, like I saw a bunch of people trying to get them to go as fast as possible. Like. That does not impress me. I have no interest in that, and you know, that doesn't do anything to make it more of an ultralight by making it go faster. You know, fuel capacity and range screams anything but ultralight to me. You know, not that you have to, you know, not that it's, you know, outside of the rules, but you have to understand that it's kind of subjective too. Is that I subjectively put in Spirit of the Challenge, you know, so if I start thinking it's getting away from ultralight, then it's going to lose some points, you know. What is this? I don't want to get eaten by the shark myself. Where is the fifth person? Are they on me? No. Where is the fifth person? Right here. Look at this. Look at this one. What are you doing? Ugh. I can't jump over. I can jump over this. If I get eaten by a shark because of your jackassery... I can't go under here either. I think there's a collision here. Yep. We got a collision there. Can't go under the dock. Sharks over there. I don't have a lot of health either. So I get bitten by the shark. I'm going to be annoyed. There we go. All right. Yeah, it's hard to get the speed down in game, you know, like it's hard to get a stall speed below 70 knots. And then it's hard to keep the craft going slow. So like I don't care too much, but it's, you know, it's like not people aren't going to just directly lose points on the on speed or anything, but you know, it's not intended to be a super fast vehicle. You know, like you literally on a lot of them you're sitting outside. So like do you really want to be going 200 knots outside in the wind? No, you do not. You know. But let's go ahead and let's look at, we'll probably wrap up there, I think. Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up. So let us go, and we shall start by looking at the members. So it's pretty regularly streaming. I'm going to be doing restream pretty much from now on, so you guys can watch on either Twitch or that. If you do have a Prime sub you're not using, you can consider utilizing it. For me, we've got Side Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Rasmus Johnson, Citrus, Anton Anderson, Zachy, and Amanda VR. Members, thank you guys for being members. Members get special benefits like multiplayer streams. And thank you to Chicken Store for being a patron. If you guys are interested in either of that, it's down in the description below. Thank you guys for watching. If you're new and you've not subscribed, please consider subscribing. Probably be opening up the build challenge submission this weekend some point. So keep an eye out for that if you want to put yours in. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.